recording? Perfect. Help me believe in something, 'cause I am broken and down to nothing. 'Cause it's just so hard to be this way, but it's just as hard to change. So help me believe in something. Believe in something. Um, I know I am extremely unprofessional. I don't have my shit ready. Hello. Still recording? Perfect. So this is going to be a kind of impromptu recording session. Just to try something out, I'm going to try um, reading through a work that I just recently did and kind of helping you guys understand how I write and the kind of things that I think about and the kind of things that I think make for a good story. And now in this case, this is a quick week and a half long project. As you can see, it's 4 chapters, 1, 2, 3, 4, and one of them is even a prologue, which doesn't say here, but that's the purpose of it. So this is going to be very small scale, very, very, I'm not going to say basic, but it's definitely not going to be as complex as something like the other stuff that I wrote and am writing, like Property of a Woman or Cruel Spider or United We Stand or any of this other stuff that is here, and you can ignore this one right here. Um, yeah, I have a lot of ideas. So forgive me for that. So, just some background. I am a writer, hoping to become an author soon. This particular one right here is going to be the first one I publish. As soon as I work out some kinks and get a cover going here. But I've been writing since I was in 7th grade. I sucked, and I really don't think I got good until very, very recently, like 2018 ish. So I am self-taught. I have not taken any courses except for what I was required to take in high school, which was practically nothing in terms of creative writing. So I basically picked everything that I'm going to talk about up kind of just on my own. So just a couple notes before I start. I'm going to be, this video is going to be me reading through this work that I did line by line, just reading it out in a kind of audiobook style, though I'm obviously not a professional audiobook recorder. And I can't really do voices either, so forgive me for butchering everything. But I'm going to be kind of self-analyzing. I'm going to be pointing out things that I have put into these chapters so that they can come up later as callbacks or as important character beats, and just kind of generally things that I think make for a good story. And I have it all commented and shit, and you can read along. I'll have this posted on my fan fiction because that's obviously what it is. So I will have the link there in the description. If you liked reading it, I have other works that I think you might enjoy as well. Cruel Spider and United We Stand. They are Percy Jackson fics, very long form, very character driven, in a bit of a different style and with a bit less refinement because they are the earliest of what I would consider good from my catalog. And then most recently, I'm doing Property of a Woman, which is a Fire Emblem Three Houses one. Slower pace, but it is extremely character rich, and it's like my favorite thing that I've written so far, and I'm not done with it. Look at this. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, Part 4, Part 5, Part 6. I'm done with Part 1, and there are 36 chapters. Ouch. It's like 140,000 words for the first part of 6. So I have a problem. Anyone who has seen my Kingdom Hearts 2 video knows that I cannot condense things to save my life. But anyway, and then final note before we get started is sorry about the audio quality. I am in a new environment. We have built a soundproof room and I'm trying it out. It is not complete. The ceiling is still bare. So there's going to be some echo there and we need to tidy it up a little bit. And I'm in a kind of squeaky chair and, you know, there's going to be some noises. So just kind of forgive me for that. But this isn't a scripted video anyway, as you can probably tell. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. Still recording? Perfect. I'm so paranoid that OBS is going to fuck this up. Oh, and I curse, so I know I've edited out my fucks in the other videos, but casually I'm going to curse, so deal with it. So, where did this story come from, and what is this story? Oh, and if it isn't obvious, what I'm going to say in terms of analysis is meant for people who have already read it. So once again, description is going to be in the, link is going to be in the description. Go ahead and go read it if you're interested, and yeah, it'd make my day. So, what is this story? It is a comic fan fiction of a quick storyline depicting a romantic relationship between Supergirl Kara Zor-El and Batgirl Barbara Gordon. Now, justification. Why did I write this? Well, I've been a shipper of those two since, what was it, the Girls' Night Out episode of Batman the Animated Series. I've always just enjoyed their dynamic. I've enjoyed how they play off of one another. They kind of had matching dispositions. And I just kind of, how this started, and this is kind of a crash course of creative synthesis, is that it started off of an image, you know? Let me see if I can. I don't think I can find it without incriminating myself. That's a joke. Relax. But I would have to go into my files, and there are things that I need to keep private. But it came off of an image called "Turn It Off" or something, where it was basically Batgirl and Supergirl sitting on a bench in the park, and the description was like Supergirl asking, "Why is everyone naked today? Am I missing a holiday?" And Barbara's like, "Turn off the X-ray." And that's literally the entire image, but it was really well done. And I saw it, and I got this, and I started formulating an idea. And it's very, very difficult to describe the process by which things change from vague ideas into a finished product. But the closest thing I can come up with to providing a good explanation is that it starts off very small, and then you kind of tend to find the story as you write it. So you get this small idea, you start writing it out, and as you do, more things start popping up. So it's like a ball rolling down a hill. So you have all these ideas in your head, and you need a catalyst to kind of spark the idea into your consciousness. And that image was the spark. That was the peak of the hill, and now it started rolling down into this. Now, originally, this was supposed to be a one-off, a one-shot, where it was just this prologue based loosely on that image. The only thing I really took was that the two went to a park, so I didn't, steal the joke or anything. But a while later, and this is another lesson for creative synthesis, is that never assume that you're done with something. I mean, once something is even when something is published, you can come out with a volume 2, right? Or second edition, right? So never assume that something that you wrote is finished. You can always add more to it, if with the caveat being that only add to it if you can do so meaningfully. Meaning, If you finish a work and you think of some joke, don't add that. Like, don't add another extension just to say that joke. You know, it has to be meaningful. Like, if you want to do a full-on sequel, sure. If the characters have enough room left to grow, go for it. And in this case, I wanted to continue this storyline where Kara, I'm gonna say Kara, just because that's how I've always said it. I know it's probably Kara, but whatever. Sounds too much like Karen, you know? No one wants to be a Karen. Sorry to any Karens. So I wanted to explore this relationship between Kara and Batgirl, and specifically I wanted to, that's my computer, it is going insane. Specifically I wanted to kind of explore the psyche of Kara Zor-El, because the version of events that I am most familiar with in terms of Kara's backstory is that she was sent off-world by her parents when Brainiac attacked Krypton, and through some, you know, timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff, she got to Earth like 30 years after Clark did. Even though she was sent off-world, I think before? I don't know. I don't know comics. And then after that, as part of the Superman Batman comic run, she was kind of kidnapped by Darkseid and made into one of his Furies, and you know, all this stuff. So I was starting to think, okay, well, wouldn't it be interesting if we explored the psyche of someone who how do I put this lightly, is a fucking mess of character defects, where the person that she was on Krypton is fundamentally different from the person that she becomes as Supergirl. And I started to think about how it would be interesting to explore that through a relationship. Specifically, like, can someone like that still genuinely love another person? Or, like, would they have some kind of ulterior motive for the relationship? Like, oh, maybe this person can fix me, you know, that kind of thing. So, the rest of this, the final three that you see here, came primarily from that idea. Now it kind of transitioned into something a bit more, not lighthearted, but more focused, where it was each chapter sees Kara break down a little bit more, and revert back into the killing machine that Darkseid kind of forced her into becoming through, you know, mind control and torture and stuff like that. So, and it was about her, and it eventually became about Kara overcoming it through her connection to Barbara Gordon, which is, you know, why I ended up not attaching, but letting it grow out of this initial one shot, because I really didn't want to have to justify why they're together again. So anyway, with that out of the way, we're going to start reading through this. And I don't know how far I'm going to get because it is midnight on a Wednesday, and I'm already kind of tired. So we're going to get as far as we can go, and then I'll pick it up later. All right. So, 8 months before Brainiac's invasion. So, already I'm going to stop here. Originally, that was not there. It was a one-shot. There was nothing to do with anything else but what was in this story. So that was not there. I put it in there, not... Okay, so it serves a double purpose. Number one, it sets up the expectation that Brainiac is going to invade, obviously. But number two, it provides a convenient way for me to portray the time frame that this story takes place within. So there we go. That's, you know, take advantage of dual roles whenever you can. All right, here we go. God, it's going so hard. My computer cannot take the power of OBS. Whew. Please, please stop. Barbara Gordon's feet begged her, their convictions renewing with each step. All she had to do was make it to the back computer. Then she could sit down. Then she could rest. Penguin nearly escaped tonight, Batman started. His usual mission debriefing always started the same way, and he always looked to Barbara. She'd learned not to cringe when he did. Nightwing stepped between them. Bruce, I thought I trained you better than that, Batman continued, than to trip over your own 2 feet when giving chase. Barbara was barely listening. She was using all of her remaining energy to get to that chair. When she finally made it, she sat down and let out a relieved sigh, her aching ankles thanking her. She could fall asleep right there. You're out. The word shot through Barbara like a bullet, jolting her awake. What? You'll leave your suit here, along with any tools within it, and you'll forget you were ever here, he said, walking over and typing the password into the console. Bad computer. Remove authorization. Gordon. Barbara. What? She raised her voice to make sure the old codger's ears picked up on it this time. You can't do that. I can, and I did. He pulled back his cowl, revealing a stern glare underneath. It was so intense, so focused. Barbara could only imagine she looked like a slobbering mule in comparison, a tool to be used by him. All right, so we're going to, as you can see, I made comments. So this line is an important part of Barbara's character. It sets up that Barbara carries an unfavorable opinion of herself versus those comparable to her. And from the wording and from the general tone of the passage, it's meant to convey how unhealthy this is for her. So always take advantage to set the tone, and always take advantage of double meanings. You know, it's a standoff, yes, but it also reveals a bit of character. Make sure you're always revealing character with every interaction. That is very important. And if you're not revealing character, then you need to be saying something damn important. Continuing on. Barbara returned with her own glare. If you can't do the job properly, you won't do it at all. Do you even realize that people can get hurt? Is this all still a game to you? It's not a game, Barbara snapped back. I work my ass off day in and day out to do this, to help people, and keep up with my own life too. And this is the thanks I get? Not a, you did your best, or an, are you okay, you look like you had a rough night? Nightwing removed his mask. His gaze was That's a typo. Always proofread. That's important. His gaze was softer, but still in warning. She was even losing his support. Babs, you know that's not what he meant by this. And Bruce, this was one night. One night that nearly cost 12 lives, Batman returned, gaze going back to the Batcomputer and meticulously specifying all of the functions that Barbara was to be locked out of. By the end, she wouldn't even be able to access the internet on her phone. Bruce, you know why Babs wasn't at her best tonight, and you know how hard she's working. I'm working twice as hard as you. Barb seethed toward the billionaire, but didn't back down through the silent warning Nightwing gave her. I've heard about what you do. Sleep through all of your business meetings, ignore everyone, and blindly agree to your board's demands. You don't have a single friend that you ever talk to. You just do this. Go out dressed as a bat and beat people up. Meanwhile, Dick and I are juggling this all night, every night. Dick has his own team to lead. We have college all day, social lives, and anything else that we need to do to further our own careers. Batman wasn't even looking at her, and responded as coldly as when he'd made his first offer. And he responded as coldly as when he'd first made the offer for her to join the crusade as Batgirl. I give exactly what I need to give in that life. The rest is this. I trained for 15 years to force my body to operate at maximum efficiency for the exact amount of time that I need, and I'm sorry if that doesn't leave much room for the less important things that you care about so much. The friends that we save at night. The friends that we save at night, and the businesses that you work for. She flinched at that. Leave. No! She leapt to her feet, ready to fight for her right to be here. A leftover from her training, Always be ready for a fight, even if you don't want one. Batman glared at her and straightened. Nightwing didn't get between them, not wanting to interrupt the potential battle. For better or worse, there wasn't one. You want so badly to stay? Fine. Come back in a week and bring your usual self. Not this. Barbara tightened her lips. This? What was that supposed to mean? She was in top form. One bad night wouldn't change that. But then her feet screamed at her to sit back down. Barbara huffed. Fine. She shoved past Nightwing, who watched her go. All the better to get out of this miserable cave for a while. Scene transition, yay! In general, I don't like to add too many scene transitions, the XXX crap. I tend to like to lead at least a little bit naturally into the next scene, especially if I'm not changing perspective. But if it is a time jump of significant amounts, or if there is kind of, say, a period where a character is sleeping or traveling, and I don't really have anything to fill that time in, or at least for now I don't have anything to fill that time in. Sometimes I come up with some banter randomly. It's usually when I'm talking with my friends, I try to write it down. But anyway, I have my note here. Opening bid, set up Barbara's conflict with Bruce, Nightwing has a team, etc. So yeah, we set up a lot of things there that will become not necessarily relevant, but it adds to the overall effect of the world feeling more lived in, that it's not just... Oh, my back is killing me. That's not just this soul story happening in a vacuum, that things are going on aside from whatever the main character, in this case Barbara, is going through, which is always an important thing to take into consideration. Maybe not so much in something like a romance or a mystery novel, where you have a very focused set of characters, and it's usually, now there's like the historical romance or fantasy romance or stuff like that, but usually romance novels take place in the real world where everything else is just kind of implied. Like, how do I put this? So if you have, let's say you have the girl and she has a best friend, you don't need to know what the best friend is doing when she's not around. Including it is always probably a good idea, just to add a little bit of flavor and depth to the world and the character in question. But for example, you don't need to know about her family state if it's not important to the plot. Does that make sense? You don't need to know that, the mother or the friend's mother has leukemia or something, and that's why she wasn't around, unless that's going to be relevant. But in general, throwaway lines and, general world building is a good thing. I don't know. It's a tough line to walk. It really comes from more experience than any kind of hard rule. But, world building is good. Just don't go overboard. Continuing on. Barbara's whole body ached the next morning. It was an unusually sunny day in Gotham, which didn't help the splitting headache she'd woken up with. I just bumped the table, if you heard that. She slowly pushed herself up to sit, seeing several empty beer bottles dotted around her room. God, did she really drink that many? Shaking her head, Barbara laid back down on her pillow, hoping to simply sleep off this hangover. She almost made it, too, before she was so rudely interrupted. As if it happened on cue, Barbara's headache vanished as she slipped off into dreamland, only to come crashing back with a vengeance from the knock on her window. Damned idiots. Barbara angrily threw her covers off of her and rushed to the window, not even thinking about what she had stripped down to in her drunken state the night before. Thankfully, gone Barbara was kind enough to leave her more or less covered, at least enough to where she could open her window and screech unholy curses on the brats that were throwing stones around again after she filed 4 complaints about it to her landlord. Instead, Barbara was met with a red and blue S plastered across her vision. She stared dumbfounded at it, only for the person attached to knock on the window again. She'd been the source, it seemed. Barbara saw the girl point at her face. Her eyes were up there, not at the S. Ha ha, boob joke. With a bashful smile on her face, Barbara opened the window and allowed the costumed freak into her apartment. Phew, never thought you'd wake up. The girl stretched a few times as she took the steps to the bed. Stretching, that's a setup for a habit. Little quirks, little ticks are a good way to humanize a character in a subtle way. Obviously, on the macro scale, your goal is to make these people relatable, these characters relatable. And one of the more subtle ways you can do that is to set up a habit that they do, and then just kind of mention it. Don't bring attention to it. As you could say here, I don't like continue this onward by saying, "Yeah, Kara always did that." You don't have to do that. Excuse me. But just kind of have it there for the discerning reader to pick up on, and it's just a nice little thing, not necessarily required. Subtle things aren't required for a decent story, but it can oftentimes elevate it from okay to good, in my opinion, anyway. Continuing on. She had a bag slung over her shoulder, opened just enough to see a set of clothes inside, which she threw onto the bed as she'd done so many times before. Now, I just said don't call attention to little habits. Well, that particular line, as she'd done so many times before, sounds like what I said not to do. But in this case, it was meant to serve as a what's the word I'm looking for? My mind's going blank, but it's meant to set up that Kara has dropped by Barbara's apartment like this in the past in similar circumstances. Well, okay, maybe not circumstances. That's stretching the implication a bit far, but they're familiar with each other. They're friends to the point where Kara can just come in and lazily throw her clothes on the bed, and it's just like taken for granted, like, okay, that's fine, that kind of thing. Anyway, continuing on. You're usually up at dawn, Babs. What's so special about? She trailed off, eyeing the myriad bottles. Babs. I don't want to talk about it, Barbara said irritably. Why are you in Gotham, Kara? Where are you again? Coast City? Don't you work during the day there? Don't they need you to deal with some super alien robot? National City, actually. Barbara could easily detect the disappointment in the Kryptonian's voice. And Connor is covering for me today. I got to borrow him from his little team. Why? Because I wanted to date him myself and to hang out with my friend. The blonde was all smiles as she said it, but Barbara had gotten very good at detecting lies in the past few years. Someone told you, Barbara concluded after running through her options. Kara sighed. Someone told me, she admitted. Who? I promised not to tell. Kara stood. And even though you probably have a monster hangover, we're going to have a good day, all right? I don't know, Kara. I'm really not in the mood to have a girl's day out. Barbara ran a hand through her hair, absent-mindedly picking at the knots that she... Barbara ran a hand through her hair, absent-mindedly picking at the knots that had accumulated through the nights. Kara gently took her wandering hand into her own, lacing their fingers together. Her gaze was warm, but her eyes just as fierce as ever. Even when Barbara had met her, she'd noticed those eyes, always alert and always ready to look for weaknesses. Note here, important foreshadowing. Now, Barbara is an observant individual. She is a sidekick to Batman and a good hero in her own right. She even became DC's primary information broker when she became Oracle. So it obviously, to me, it's pretty obvious that she would have been able to pick up on some of the things that maybe Kara wasn't aware of about how she presented herself. Namely, the way I always find it fascinating how people kind of look at others. So like, depending on how droopy the eyes are, where they stare at on the face, and just how many times they blink, all this kind of stuff. It can tell you a lot about the kind of person that they are, in my opinion. Now, obviously, it can't tell you the minutia. I'm not that stupid, but it does kind of tell you, is this person alert? Do they, pay attention? Are they kind of really looking at you? Because sometimes you can tell that someone is looking towards you, but looking past you. You know what I mean? Anyway, as for the particular wording, Always alert, always ready to look for weaknesses. This is kind of somewhat subtly setting up the idea that Kara is kind of a warrior type. She's looking for weaknesses in her opponent. She's just, she says, Barbara says, just as fierce as ever. So she has kind of an intense stare. And if depending on the comic artist, Kara Zor-El definitely has an intense stare. Like, have you seen her initial thing in Superman Batman? Like, it's almost creepy the way that how much her eyes kind of glow on the page. But anyway, continuing on. We're going, she said resoundingly. Though Barbara wanted to argue, she knew that it wouldn't get her anywhere. Best not to make the headache worse, then. After both girls changed into casual clothing, they exited the apartment complex. Barbara threw her computer bag into the back of her old beat-up car, just in case she needed it, and both girls got in with Barbara driving. You know, I could just fly us to the mall, Kara said offhandedly. Barbara started the ignition and took off down the road. Hangover plus Supergirl flying equals throw up. Barbara grimaced just thinking about it. Hey, I fly great. Kara gave her a light shove, obviously tempered so as not to hurt the ginger. Keep telling yourself that. And also, no mall, Barbara said tiredly. And I never thought I'd say that. What? But you love shopping. I love shopping, Barbara confirms, but no mall. Too loud, too crowded. Today, I'd rather have space. So, where are we going? Barbara sighed. I don't know, a park maybe, or a little restaurant on some nowhere corner that no one cares about. You know, anywhere that I don't have to see that insufferable W plastered on 15 different signs and buildings. She shivered, even though it wasn't cold. Barbara was disturbed that even she could pick up on her own bitterness. A park, huh? Kara grinned, ignoring the rest of the tirade. I know a place, but it's going to be a drive. How long? A while, she shrugged. So, Metropolis? Longer. Kara got a glint in her eye. The same one she had when she tricked Barbara into eating that... The same one she had when she tricked Kara into eating that alien pudding that tasted like feet. That's just a little line. Don't be afraid to throw in those little offhand remarks. Kara, I'm not going all the way to National City today. Not in this clunker, you won't. Without another word, Kara threw herself out of the open window, and then Barbara felt herself rising. She could only imagine what her road neighbors were thinking when they saw a car fly. Left with little choice but to sit back and try not to puke, Barbara closed her eyes and tried not to focus on her reeling stomach. She must have done a good job, too, because in what felt like seconds, she felt the jolts of the car being lowered onto the ground. She shook her head clear of fog as Kara came around and opened the door for her. How long were we flying? Kara cocked her head to the side. About half an hour. Sorry, let me re-intone that. About half an hour? Why? No reason. She offered her best smile as her stomach settled down and let Kara get her bag for her. Barbara couldn't tell exactly where they were. Much of her surroundings felt like a standard city to her. They landed in a small parking lot that Barbara assumed was for Kara's apartments, if she had one over here anyway, and there were sidewalks that led to streets upon streets upon streets. Kara seemed to get distracted along the way to whatever destination she had in mind, as she dragged Kara into not one, not two, but 3 stores. The first was for knickknacks, the second for makeup, and the third for clothes. All of them were local tourist shops. She refused Kara both when she tried to get her to buy something and when Kara offered to buy something for her. Not only did she not want to be indebted to the Kryptonian, but she also wanted to keep her budget balance for this month, thank you very much. The last shopping spree the two superheroines had gone on set Barbara back by nearly half a year's allowance, and she did not want a repeat of that incident. Still, Barbara couldn't say that the time spent browsing was unenjoyable. Seeing Kara so giddy and wide-eyed was always a treat. Always smiling, always so kind and considerate, Kara was absolutely adorable. Just looking at her having the time of her life lessened the ache in Barbara's muscles and made the prospect of a girl's day out just a little bit more tolerable. By the time they actually made it to the park, that was apparently where Kara had been leading them, the blonde's arms were full of bags. Does Clark pay for all this on a reporter's salary? She wondered. Kara scoffed at that. No, I pay for it. I've saved up for a while to get all this, and most of it was on sale anyway, so there. She stuck out her tongue behind her. Barbara laughed at that and realized that it didn't hurt her head to do so anymore. A good sign. If you can pay for all that, can I assume you'll pay for breakfast? Lunch, and yes, I will, Kara said, taking them just across the street from the park to a cute little restaurant with strangely sectioned off booths, to where you couldn't hear anyone talking in any of them. Honestly, it unnerved the crime fighter. She liked it when she was able to listen in on her surroundings if she had to. A few pizza slices later, and both girls were full and scrolling through their phones. Barbara's gaze flitted up to Kara. She was biting the corner of her lip, trying to beat a hard level, maybe? Whoops. Barbara shot her hand in front of her friend's screen. What? No! Kara cried, hands going to her head in frustration. I was about to get a new high score. Sorry, muscle spasm. Barbara smirked, sipping her drink. Kara only pouted for so long, eventually setting her phone down and sliding it away from her, which meant that she wanted to talk. Barbara put her own phone down as well, and Kara seemed to pick up on why she did so without prompting. You know, sometimes it's scary how much you're like him, Kara noted of her observational skills. Barbara frowned. Like who? She asked, even though she already knew the answer. Like... Kara leaned in closer. Like Bruce. Batman. Barbara's eyes narrowed. And that's not a bad thing. It's good to be observant and obsessive, Barbara returned. Kara, please don't start with this. Not today. But Babs, it's been getting worse. Do you know how many times I've called you this past month? 96 times, averaging 3.097 times a day. The typical time is between 3 and 5 in the afternoon because that's when I said I was free most days, but the past 2 weeks I've seen an uptick in morning calls. Barbara answered, causing Kara to recoil at the accuracy and what it showed both women. Barbara knew that Kara was going to say, I told you so. Yes, I know I'm like him, okay? You've told me before, and I didn't like it then either. Then I thought you might take it as a compliment, Kara said back, though not nearly as harshly as Barbara bit at her. He's strong for a human, and he's one of the smartest men on the planet, so that's something. You're like that. And I'm sure I've inherited none of his other, less convenient traits to talk about. Kara moved her hand to take Barbara's. Babs. But she moved it away before it could be taken. You said someone told you, right? What did they tell you? Just that you were having problems with Bruce Batman. Just say Bruce, Barbara said impatiently. Bruce, and that you were taking time off from your job. Is that all? Barbara didn't know whether to be happy or to feel insulted. I'll tell you what happened. I almost got 12 people killed because I'm not good enough. They almost died because I was too weak to save them. Bruce had to do it for me. She put all of her venom into that damned man's name. Comments, important parallel for later. Realizing that her eyes were misting over, Barbara hastily wiped them clean and promptly ignored all the other signs of her emotional state. I jump off of buildings and fight guns with sharpened boomerangs, but last night I fell all over myself, Kara. This time, she couldn't stop the tears from falling. There's going to be a lot of crying in here. That's what I noticed when I read it back, but, I don't think it's a bad thing, just a note. Kara slipped out from across the booth and sat next to her, wrapping her arm around her friend. And I know why I couldn't do it, but I can't just stop going out at night when they might need me. Maybe you can, Kara offered. Maybe you can, Kara offered. Your body needs to rest. That's easy for you to say. You don't have to eat or sleep. You can just fly up to the sun and be back at full in 10 minutes. I don't get hurt from getting shot at by guns either, and yet here I am still telling crooks not to use them because they hurt people, Kara said. I just want to help. You know that I do, so please, Babs, just tell me what's really wrong. That's a note. A verbal that I just want to help. You know what to do. That's a verbal tick taken from Clark, as the astute viewer will pick up in chapter 3 or chapter 2 because this is prologue. I've been a burden on them for a while, Barbara admitted. Bruce and Dick, they've been carrying me along out of pity, she spat. Oh, come on. You and I both know neither of those guys would pity you. I mean, Bruce wouldn't. The guy doesn't have much humanity left to pity you with anyway. She trailed off, as if saying that reminded her of something. Note, important character beat for Kara. Anyway, I'm sure Dick wouldn't either. He's your friend, and Bruce trusted you enough to tell you a secret identity, so I'm sure they both have the utmost faith in you. Then why were they bringing me along when I was just a liability? Excuse me. I'm useless out there. I'm not as strong as them or as fast as them, and I can't do the job as long as they can because I'm trying to have a life. But I can't have one because every night that I'm not out there in my cape and cowl, people that I could have saved will die. And then I have no energy the next day because I was up fighting people all night, and then I have less energy the next night, and then the next, and then the next, until I trip over my own 2 feet. Trust me, I get it. You can read that note. Kara rubbed her back and brushed her hair from her face. But I still don't think it was pity. I'm sure they were hoping that you'd learn to take a break on your own. They trust you that way. She caressed Barbara's cheek, getting her to look into those wonderful sea blue eyes. And you can do a lot that they can't either. You're a better hacker than anyone else, and your memory is way better than either of them too. Bruce said so himself. You've got plenty going for you, and, she smiled and gestured to herself, you've got at least one friend. That's 100% more than Bruce has. All Barbara could do was sniffle a bit at that. Really, Barbara didn't deserve a friend like Kara, so loving and perfect. What Barbara wouldn't give to spend every day with her, constantly boosting her own mood and making her see the beauty in everything the earth offered the way Kara saw it. Someone who had to watch such beauty die before. Kara shook her head gently. Come on, the park awaits. I'll go back to that note when I finish this chapter. Soon the two were resting under the shade of a tree. A pond was to their left, and the park's running path ran along their right. Get it? Ran along? Sorry. Barbara watched the park goers quietly, letting Kara do the talking. That will be called back to in chapter 4. Never, if you can, callbacks are usually a good way to set up spacing in a more subtle way than just kind of stating outright, oh, they went to this park, and then when you go back to it later, it wouldn't be like, oh, they went to this park at the same location as when this event happened. You could do a whole bunch of stuff like that, and that just kind of learning how to take advantage of that generally comes from experience, but even beginners, if you're astute enough, can kind of take the time to reread their work and know where it ends and kind of put in those little moments. So that just kind of comes from experience. And overall, it's not a huge thing, so don't feel bad if you're kind of struggling with it or don't think to do it. I do think it adds a little bit to it, though. It to me, it feels when I put that in, it feels like I'm treating the audience with a bit more respect than simply saying, oh, they went to this place again. Instead I leave it up to the reader to kind of put 2 and 2 together, I believe is the phrase I'm looking for. All right, continuing. She was rambling on about her latest fight against Daymax, unleashed along with several more of the World Killers, and it happened that this was the last fight she'd had with them for a while, since they'd all been killed or incapacitated by the Girl of Steel before now. Then the topic shifted to her visit to Metropolis last week and how she had to help Superman get a story about cyberbullying, and also help him defeat Livewire after she threatened to cause a citywide blackout. And then it shifted again, and again, and again, but Barbara had totally spaced out by this point. Hashtag more callback bait. Callback bait. She was busy anyway, tracing each little crack in the blonde's palm with a finger. Each little nigh undetectable scar on her knuckles from punching super powerful alien cyborgs. She was busy stealing looks at her friend's face, its little ticks like how her right eye grew wide before her left eye when she was excited, but only by a few milliseconds, and the way her ears rose when she grinned, and getting lost in the blues of her eyes, the pink shade of her lips. Think so too, right? Barbara blinked her gaze away. What? Yeah. So you think I look good So you think I'd look good with a pixie cut too? Kara grinned. Wait, She flicked the ginger in the head. She flicked the ginger in the head before she could embarrass herself. Oh, please, even I could tell that you weren't paying attention. Kara leaned forward, taking her hand away from Barbara to wrap around her knees. Look, Babs, I'm really worried about you. You're not right where you are, in the headspace you're in. People often project onto others what they most dislike about themselves. That'll be repeated. So I was wondering. Kara cleared her throat. Oh, sorry. I know that was a bit mannish for Kara, but, bear with me. I mean, there are some villains in this city that don't match my strengths, ones that need a bit more of a thinker to deal with them, and I was wondering if you'd be up for it, if you would want to maybe take a break from Gotham and come work here with me in National City. It's not that I need to keep an eye on you, but it might be better for you if you were working somewhere where you didn't have to compare yourself to so many other people. At least here you'd have nights off, and I have a few friends at Catco that I'm sure you'd get along with, and Kara kept rattling off justifications and concessions for Barbara, but she'd stopped listening. Before I move on, this whole kind of speech offer right here, you'll notice that it has awful phrasing. I use if so many times. You is used a lot, and there's way too many asides and commas. If this was just thinking or like a description or anything like that, never do that. Never ever. When you're trying to portray thoughts, which is a lot more streamlined and less kind of generally stuttery than speech is, try to keep it like that. Try to keep it with good prose and good phrasing. But depending on a character's mental state, so many people say to do this, or this when it comes to dialogue. But in the end, you need to put yourself in the headspace of that person. So when I put myself into this headspace and it's Kara kind of bashful in offering for Batgirl to essentially ditch Batman, especially when she obviously wouldn't know Barbara's response to that. Because, yeah, she did just come from a bad night with Batman, but she's also probably become a little bit devoted to the cause in Gotham, so to speak. So, it's the equivalent of the risky text, So bashful people aren't articulate. They don't think about things as much, and they tend to ramble and go on tangents. Case in point, me. So, this is just an example of get into the headspace, think about how they would intonate their thoughts. Intonate is not the right word. Articulate their thoughts. And if it happens that it has poor phrasing, then have it have poor phrasing. It adds to the character. And as long as it is readable and comprehensible, it's absolutely okay. Never let anyone tell you different. They are the people that are hyper focused on prose. And please don't be that person. Please, no one likes you, and you're not helping the writer. Prose comes with experience. Prose is not necessarily something that can be taught, and if it is taught, then it is the most boring thing to learn. Let them develop their own voice. And if you don't like it, you don't like it, All right, continuing on. Honestly, she was unsure she'd heard the Kryptonian right. Work? Here? How would that function? Would she live here? That was a stupid question. Of course she'd have to live in National City, but Barbara was already attending Gotham State University. Would she transfer? Do online courses? Would she still work at night, or did Kara want her to work during the day while she was active? Too many questions floated around unanswered for Barbara's exhausted mind, but ultimately they all boiled down to one central question. Did she want to live with Kara? Yes, Barbara said. Really? Kara asked as if she wasn't expecting the answer. At the very least, Barbara figured she wasn't expecting it so quickly. Because, and it doesn't have to be for any specific amount of time, a week, a month, until further notice. Until further notice. Sorry, I had to lower my voice for Barbara. Barbara wondered. In her fatigued state, Barbara knew she wouldn't have as much of a filter if she spoke more, and yet kept going anyway. I want to be with you, Kara. All of the time, and then even more than that, she announced, causing the blonde's cheeks to turn red. I want to... She didn't finish, just pushed her lips into the pink shade of Kara's, and the two enjoyed a kiss. And what made Barbara the happiest was that Kara kissed her back and then said yes. So if you couldn't tell, this entire prologue was meant to show the beginnings of Kara Zor-El and Barbara Gordon's romantic relationship. Because that is really the linchpin of the whole emotional arc of Kara's throughout this little piece. So it was very, very important to have a properly fleshed out beginning to the relationship. And it just so happened that I already had it written, so, I already went over that. Anyway, moving on. Barbara knocked on the front door of Wayne Manor, hands stuffed in her jacket's pockets. Her ankles begged for her to sit down, but unfortunately there was no chair in sight. It might have been a mistake to have Kara drop her off at the apartment without the car, but since she'd just be picking Barbara up in a few hours, neither felt the need to rectify that. Just a quick note here, this is a bookend. At the beginning, Barbara... her feet were hurting from being up too much, and now at the end, once again, her feet hurt because she's been up too much. It's a small thing. Ultimately, it's more flavorful. It's more for flavor than anything. You do not need to have bookends, though. Especially if you're doing something like an episodic story, having bookends can help more neatly tie things together, make something feel complete. And in this case, for this one shot, that was exactly what I was going for. But ultimately, it doesn't necessarily matter. Again, it's just for flavor. Don't feel too bad if you don't include it. But if you can, and it doesn't feel forced, go ahead and include it. It'll only add to a work. Where was I? All right. So she was left to walk here from the subway station, and on already aching feet, it probably wasn't the best idea. Still, she stood confidently on the porch until Alfred, ever faithful Alfred, answered. Ah, young Barbara. Always a pleasure to see you come to us as a friend and not a partner. I can't do voices, forgive me. Thanks, Alfred, Barbara said. Is Bruce here? I'm afraid Master Bruce is busy at the moment, and you are well aware that you are locked out of all Wayne Tech systems, so I'll only be a minute, Barbara begged. Alfred twitched his mustache. I've been watching that Vegeta clip too much. Alfred twitched his mustache nervously, but soon nodded and beckoned her inside. Thank you. Oh, don't thank me yet. Master Bruce is in one of his moods today, I'm afraid. And Barbara was sure that was due to some complication from one of Barbara's last nights in the cowl. Still, Alfred led her through the secret entrance to the Batcave behind the grandfather clock, down the gloomy stairs and into the looming, dank chamber that housed so many millions of dollars worth of equipment. Master Bruce, you have a guest. I know, the billionaire growled, eyes plunged into a microscope, examining evidence. She was told not to come back. You said to come back when I was better, Barbara returned, hands still stuffed in pockets, if for no other reason than to hide her fists of frustration with this immovable wall of a man. And I'm better. You know when we operate, then. Batman waved her away, but she only descended further down the stairs and to his level, passing her costume along the way, stationed neatly in its case, where she was sure it would be staying for many years, until Batman found another girl to bring into his dysfunctional family. So, what are you examining today? Blood? Fingerprints? I've made a decision. I'm leaving Gotham. She only half expected that to get a reaction, but he didn't even give her that courtesy. Kara invited me to work with her over in National City, and we're girlfriends now, and she makes me happy, so I agreed. Good for you, was all he said in response. You have a Batcave in National City, don't you? I have a Batcave in every city. I just included that for convenience's sake, so, don't think too much about it. He growled, growing frustrated with her questions. Am I allowed to use it while I work there? She wondered, already knowing the answer. You're locked out of the systems, and the security will keep you from getting in, Batman said. Barbara shrugged. Figured, I guess I'll just have to hack into it like I did when we first met, huh? She smiled at the memory. She'd figured out who the infamous Batman was and was going to turn him into her father to impress him, only to be sucked into the fold of crime fighting and doing what was right. That was when she was 15, and she was so much smarter now. Hacking into the system would be child's play. Well, I just wanted to let you know so you didn't call and ask where I was. Not that you ever call. She started away from him, ascending the stairs. But as she passed the case with her old costume, the glass receded, and she knew it was hers to take. She looked back to Batman. I assume you just hacked that, he asked, almost sarcastically, still face first into the microscope as if he hadn't moved a muscle. Scratching at the head. With a smile, Barbara took the costume and utility belt and went up the stairs until she was about to exit the chamber, only to hesitate. Something lingered on her mind. Hey, Bruce. You were the one that told Kara about what happened, didn't... She turned back, only to see that he had vanished in his usual style. It was all the same. She had already confirmed with Dick that he didn't tell her, leaving only one candidate. Barbara bid Alfred farewell and exited Wayne Manor feeling lighter than when she entered. With a long, satisfying breath, Barbara fished out her phone and dialed her favorite number. Done already? Came Kara on the other end. Are you kidding? It felt like hours. Hey, can you come pick me up? I've got some Wayne tech to break into over there so I can help you with your thinking villains. Yay, end of prologue. So, that last scene is a leftover from when this was a one-shot. I don't mind that I'm keeping it here, or else I would have deleted it, as it is a nice bookend to this more standalone chapter, because the next three are all going to be connected. This is very much a prologue. It is an intro, where the events that happen are important, but not necessarily directly related to, at least the context is not directly related to what happens in the next ones. So in that sense, I don't need to include it because I don't need to include this final section right here because it isn't necessary to the larger story. However, it would feel kind of weird if Barbara just kind of had a Batgirl outfit, if she when she didn't, when she gave it up at the beginning. So, it's just a convenience's sake. It was already written. I kind of weighed the pros and cons of keeping it in for the sake of flow, for the sake of bookending this little prologue. And ultimately, I wanted to have it so that she didn't leave on such a bitter note. God, computer, can you calm down? I have 5 tabs open and OBS. It's not that bad. God, my computer's supposed to be good, but it's shit. Anyway, so yeah, I didn't want to have spoilers. Barbara is not going to be interacting with Batman anymore. In fact, Batman's last line is, "I assume you just hacked that." So I didn't want to leave the relationship off on so bitter of a note. And it was just kind of a nice scene. I liked it. I don't know, not much more to say than that. But before we move on to chapter 1 proper, I want to go back up to, where is it? Callback bait. All right, here we go. The entire prologue, as you may have noticed in the beginning, I was talking about, oh, this is all about Kara's psyche and, all this stuff about Kara and her past and, all this kind of words, all those kind of platitudes. But as you'll notice, the entire prologue is purposefully told. It is told completely outside of Kara's perspective. Now, obviously, this started as a one-shot, but the reason I kept it this way, because I could have fairly easily rewritten it. I would have had to rewrite major chunks, but it wouldn't have been that much of a hassle to rewrite it from Kara's perspective when I decided to keep this story in as a prologue for a larger tale about Kara. Now, the reason I kept it like it is that throughout the story, each chapter delves a little bit deeper into what makes Kara who she is. And where else to start but completely outside of her. So so this is told from Barbara's perspective to provide, I'll just read it, to give an impression of what others perceive her as being before we dive into her psychology later on. And I think that's really, really important, especially for a character like Kara Zor-El, Supergirl, because she has this really well-known public persona. It's really important not only to understand what that persona means to the people that she saves, but also who Kara is to the people around her. Does that make sense? So let's put it this way. If you just had Batman comics, and you just had the detective stuff, that's a bad example. If you just had Spider-Man and you just had him out doing superhero stuff and you didn't have him having a life, he would not be an interesting character. What makes Spider-Man so interesting in both movies and comics is the Parker luck. It's that idea is that he has to juggle two different lives, and he has to kind of adapt to every situation within them. Spider-Man is the mask that Peter Parker wears. That is an extremely important thing to keep in mind going forward. Trying to put this succinctly, the reason that Barbara is the POV character for this prologue is because it was very important to me for the reader to understand the mask that Kara wears. As we'll see, this kind of perfect girl that she goes to, here, I'll read the passage. Really, Barbara didn't deserve a friend like Kara, so loving and perfect. What Barbara wouldn't give to spend every day with her, constantly boosting her own mood and making her see the beauty in everything the earth offered the way Kara saw it, as someone who had to watch such beauty die before. This kind of perfect being that Barbara sees Kara as, or at least how her kind of fatigued, kind of embittered mind is perceiving Kara as in this particular example. It's going to become very clear very quickly that is not who Kara is. But still, it was important. Moving on. That was the prologue. All right. Oh. Real quick. The story is called Sunshine Notes. And every chapter deals with suns. Get it? Or like times of day. And they're based off of songs as well, by the way. Here Comes the Sun, obviously from the Beatles. Chapter 2 is called The Night the Lights Went Out in National City. That's a reference to the song The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia by Reba McEntire. It's a good song, by the way. Not really relevant to this story, although I could stretch it. But it's a decent country bop. It's about a woman shooting someone and a separate person hanging for it. So that's cool. Anyway, Chapter 3, Let the Stars Fall Down. That's based on a Fate Zero OST. Really good OST, by the way. So listen to that. And Dewdrops at Dawn is probably my favorite song, my favorite track from the Final Fantasy 15 OST. It's so serene. It's so perfectly every one of my stories where I'm imagining the ending of like, oh, the fighting has just ended and peace is falling onto the land for the first time in years. I always imagine that song playing and the characters like looking out to the horizon as the sun just barely peeks over the trees. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's also hilarious in Doug's thing where he plays Skyrim, but cheese spawns every 5 seconds or whatever. Anyway, moving on. Chapter 2. 2 months before Brainiac's invasion. So we have a time jump of 6 months. Before it was 8 months before Brainiac's invasion. Now it's 6 months. Or now it's 2 months. So we have progress 6. That's mostly to help justify the closeness of Kara and Barbara. I mean, they were obviously good friends before, but you know, they've grown used to the company of each other. We'll learn that they have largely gotten through the growing pains of first living with another person. If you've ever had roommates, you know that there are some growing pains. Moving on. All right, here we go. 2 months before Brainiac's invasion. Supergirl always forgave. It was one of her core principles. If there was even the smallest, most infinitesimal possibility that one of her enemies could be redeemed, she had to take it. With her near infinite power and extensive and often and unfortunately brutal training, she was able to ensure that as few people died as possible, taking casualties pretty much out of the equation. Forgive me, I need to take off my jacket. It is getting hot in here. And I'm even going to turn off the light because that's producing a lot of heat as well. Oh man, it's spooky in here. All right, moving on. I should have gotten a drink. Fuck. How much have we been going? An hour? What? An hour? Oh man, Mike just fucking peaked. That's okay. All right. All that was left was a villain's willingness to atone, and Kara Zor-El had to have faith that anyone could, or else never accept that she herself has changed for the better. She still remembered those first few months on Earth, having just come off of an escape from Brainiac's drones on her home planet of Krypton, only to immediately learn that Krypton had been destroyed despite her parents' best efforts to stop the rogue AI. Soon after, she'd been kidnapped by Darkseid and trained as his most powerful Fury, even coming to blows with the only people that cared about her in her new life before regaining her sanity. From there, it was all a blur. How much time did she waste trying to figure out that doing right because it is right was the only justification she needed? How much time did she waste constantly running away from her responsibilities, friends, and family? How long was it until she could finally look at herself in the mirror and think, this is a life worth living? Because there was a disturbingly large stretch of her recent memory where Kara had wanted nothing more than to die. Her parents had died, so why not her? Her planet had died, so why not her? Her soul had died, so why not her? All right, so immediately, opening bit. We are in Kara's head, and it has absolutely 100% shattered that notion that she is this perfect individual. We learn many things. Number one, we learn her basic backstory. She's a escapee from Krypton as Brainiac attacks it. In this particular canon, Brainiac is actually the cause of Krypton's destruction, which is an important thing that I needed to insert here. Important information should be told as succinctly and as soon as possible, unless for a specific purpose of misdirecting the audience or as a red herring or, whatever. But in general, for plain information, tell it as soon as possible, where it makes sense. Moving on. That comes with experience. So, don't worry about it. it sets up that he was kidnapped, that she was kidnapped by Darkseid. You know, the whole shebang. That's, oh god, is that her New Earth backstory? Whatever was in the Superman Batman run and Superman Batman Apocalypse movie, it's that one. Okay, it's that canon. Okay, it sets up that she has within her a lot of self-doubt, that she took a long time to get to where she was, and it reveals that at least one point Kara Zor-El had been suicidal, which, given her backstory, I honestly would not blame her, even though obviously suicide is never the answer, you know, if that wasn't obvious. All right, moving on. Kara landed on the balcony of her apartment and real quick. Every chapter from now until the end, well, except for 4, but that one has a little bit later on, is going to start with kind of an opening monologue. A lot of the comic that I've read start with that. Like, you have like the different splash pages and like you sometimes a cold open, and then you have speech bubbles of the character's inner thoughts, like, I wasn't always this way, you know, that kind of thing. It's so this is the kind of thing where I tried to match the source material a little bit. Obviously, this is not a comic book, but you know, I tried to keep in the vein of having that be the start of a new chapter or issue or whatever you want to call it. All right, moving on. Kara landed on the balcony of her apartment and stretched her back. That's the continued habit of her stretching after flying that was established before. Again, we're not drawing attention to it, but it is a little thing. The sliding door opened and red hair entered her vision. Babs! Kara immediately took off again, this time flying to her wonderful girlfriend. She took her in her arms and spun them around in the air, giving her a shower of loving kisses until Barbara had to force her off. God, this is sickeningly cute. And that's for a purpose. To juxtapose it against what happens later. Always take advantage of juxtaposition. It's a really, really effective tool for the writer. And for a critiquer, by the way. All right. I missed you too, but it's only been a few hours, she claimed as she landed. Longest few hours of my life, Kara returned. How was school today? Boring, as usual, Barbara said, gesturing to their small dining table, which was covered from end to end with books, notes, and paperwork. I'm about halfway through this week's work, so I should finish on time, for once. For once, Kara agreed. Fuck. And how did your day go, Sunshine? Oh my god, that's the name of the fucking work. Barbara returned, pretending to be annoyed when Kara latched onto her waist as they moved into the kitchen. You know, the usual. An article here, a beaten-up bank robber there, she said, shrugging and nuzzling into the crook of Barbara's back. It's between her shoulder blades. There are a lot of different ways that you can describe parts of the body. Just, try to make it context sensitive. Or try to make it, that's not the word, comprehensible. You smell nice. Thanks, I showered. How do I smell? Huh? She craned her neck to look at Kara, who was still buried in her back. And how am I supposed to tell when you're pretending to be my Siamese twin, sorry. Giggling, Kara let go. Barbara turned around and embraced her girlfriend, which the question had been an excuse for. Kara hugged her back. You smell like spandex, Barbara answered flatly. Thank you, I try. I at least always shower after I go out in costume. Do your coworkers not question why you constantly smell like that? Kara shrugged. I have perfume in the car. I usually put on some of that before I fly to work. Right. And when were you going to tell me about you stashing things in my car? Kara turned away, smirking. When I felt like it. Oh, really? Kara detected the playfulness in her voice, but pretended not to. Really? I mean, it's half mine enemy, right? It's half mine anyway, right? We share everything else already, so why not some beat-up old junker like that? Someone's got an attitude all of a sudden, Barbara said. Kara could hear the smile on her lips. Sorry, it's been an hour. Leave me alone. Let's fix that. Suddenly, her nails dug playfully into Kara's sides as she started tickling her. Kara involuntarily rose into the air as she laughed against her will. You're not getting away that easy. Barbara quickly leapt up and locked her legs around Kara's waist and continued tickling her, avoiding any attempts for the Kryptonian to stop her. They flew over to the couch. All right, I give. Kara conceded, and finally Barbara stopped tickling her. Instead, she hung over her shoulder. Excuse me. Instead, she hung over her shoulders as they floated there. Kara let out a deep breath. Movie tonight? It is a Wednesday. You promised, since you took Thursday for that geeky D&D show. I know, movie night, Barbara agreed, but do you mind if we do it in the cave again? I've got to do blood analysis on last week's supervillain. Of course. Fly you? As long as we can get takeout on the way. As you can see, there's a screen transition there, but it doesn't have the XXX shit. Instead, it's just about 20 minutes later. You know, if it's not a substantial amount of time, I don't really see the need for a proper scene transition, sorry. But just to go over that dialogue scene, number one, yes, I know it was insufferably cute and insufferably fucking mushy. That was done on purpose. I promise. This wasn't just for fan service. I promise. Like I said, this is going to be juxtaposed against stuff later. Spoilers, later is going to get pretty fucking dark. So you need some light to counterbalance that. This is one of the main problems with something like Son of Batman, or maybe even Justice League Flashpoint Paradox, is that things get so dark and dreary and just kind of dour that it kind of becomes too hard to care about anything. You need those lighter moments, or else it's very hard. Okay, how about this as an explanation? It's very difficult to become attached to a character when all they do is brood. Even Bruce Wayne has his double life and has his kind of love interests. So there is that to latch onto, you know? But anyway, just to go over in terms of general writing advice of dialogue tags. Now, dialogue tags are my worst fucking enemy. Not gonna lie. I am a very dialogue heavy writer. It's just how I've developed in my writing. I like to have longer dialogue scenes of kind of snappy things, you know, short lines sounding a bit more like a conversation. Like when you're in a conversation, you don't like go on to tirades or speeches that often unless you're explaining something to someone, right? In general, if you're going back and forth, it's like, oh yeah, what about, you know, last week? You know, it's that kind of short, almost utilitarian even, of just getting as much information out with as few words as possible because, you know, you obviously want to take advantage of the time that you have between you and your friend, right? It's just kind of practical. And some people speak for longer and, you know, there's obviously variance. But anyway, back to dialogue tags. They are my worst enemy. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Dialogue tags are tricky business. You will hear about 1,000 different things regarding dialogue tags and, you know, kind of when you should use them, if you should use them, how many different ones you should use. And then there's the most fucking idiotic advice I've ever goddamn heard that English teachers love to parrot, which is, said is dead. What the fuck does that even mean? Said is dead. That is a preference. You know? If you don't like said, S-A-I-D, said, that's your problem. Get over it. Said is not dead. It is very, very useful as a neutral term. Right? Boring as usual. What other dialogue tag are you going to put there? Quip? That's not a quip. Commented? No. Regarded? Maybe. But, in my opinion, you shouldn't stretch it too far. The most exotic I will ever get with my dialogue tag is inquired, which is a very specific use of a kind of more banal question. Here, I'll even. No, I won't. I know what inquired means. God damn it. It's like you're asking for a query, right? You're asking for a very specific piece of information. That's about as exotic as I get with my dialogue tags. As you can see, I have claimed, I have returned, I have said, I have agreed, you know? So really, I have answered right here. Really, you need, in my opinion, I use probably like 10 or so dialogue tags. What I've been in the habit recently, and I think it's really improved the flow of my writing, is that I've been adding a lot more actions between the dialogue. And I think that's the key here. So think about an anime that you watch. Or I don't know, just think about anything that you watch. In a dialogue scene, a lot of the overall quality of the work can be surmised by looking at what the characters are doing during dialogue scenes. If they're just kind of staring there, and especially if it's like a movie and it's just kind of like camera A, camera B over the shoulder shit, and they're just like staring at each other just really intensely, that bothers me. And converting that into converting is the right word. Translating that into the written word, that's what just having dialogue tags is. People don't just talk. They don't just sit there neutrally and just kind of stare at someone and just talk to them. If they do, they're likely, not to be rude, but just because I'm blanking on another term, a bit socially inept. Or maybe they're distracted, or they're hyper focused, or maybe they're somewhere on the autism scale where they're like a lot of people in the autism scale tend to really focus in, you know what I mean? They tend to really focus in on when someone is talking. So they might be doing that. But for people like this who are, for all intents and purposes, mentally healthy, okay, Kara is not mentally healthy, but for people that can act in what most of society believes is natural, they wouldn't just sit there and talk to each other. So she craned her neck to look at Kara. That's an action. Shrugging and nuzzling into the crook of Barbara's back. Shrugged. That's one I use a lot. Shrugging. Smirking is another one. I even think I overuse smirking. I need to figure out something better. But anyway, adding actions. Essentially what you're doing when you're writing a dialogue scene is you're trying to picture it happening in your mind, right? Yes, it is extremely boring to picture a dialogue scene because it's literally two people in the same room talking to each other. But you need to make it interesting. If you don't make it interesting, if it's just camera A, camera B type shit, the audience is going to clock out so goddamn fast. And this is the biggest problem with a lot of my early works, other than, the everything else that sucks about them, is that it was just dialogue tags. But adding actions, it's number one, it's flavorful. Number two, it breaks up the dialogue. As you can see, let's see. So like in this one, I have and then I do a break in the dialogue to have something, and then I have more dialogue in the same paragraph. I tend to like to do that a lot because when you have, let's see, I'll go down. Or I'll even do this. I'll go back to chapter 1. Then see something like this. This is something that you probably shouldn't do. Or at least that's the wrong way of putting it. You should use this with caution. Big blocks of text are rarely a good idea. With big blocks of dialogue, it's even worse because it's, to me at least, technically this is correct, but it's really awkward for me when I have to, like, for example, if I wanted to do this, this is the correct way to format this, where you have the dialogue and then you don't close off the quotation, but then you start it up again in the next thing. That's what a lot of people do. And it's technically correct, I believe, unless people are doing it wrong. And I've learned from bad influences. But anyway, that just looks awkward to me. I have done it in the past and it's worked out okay, but if I can avoid that, I do it. And one of the ways that I do avoid it is to insert different things. Now, logic dictates that, oh, you just insert this in between two pieces of dialogue. Well, what's the purpose of that? Well, okay, let's look at this very specific example. Longest few hours of my life, Kara returned. How was school today? Those are two entirely separate thoughts, right? If you put it in one dialogue, right? Like that, it kind of comes off as kind of strange. Longest few hours of my life, how was school today? What provided the impetus for the question? Sure, it's a courtesy, but then, like, you would expect some kind of flavor there, is the way I would describe it. So what I do is I cut it up, say Kara returned. That provides a break in the flow of the dialogue, providing a pause for the reader, which would in turn in universe simulate the pause between the statements, longest few hours of my life, and the question, how was school today? So that's one way that you could do it. For this one, boring as usual. I'm about halfway through this week's work, so I should finish on time for once. Those two thoughts are connected, yes, but if you just have that, boring as usual, I'm about halfway through this week's work, so I should finish up on time for once. That's such a fucking boring paragraph. Like, it's hard to describe. Let's imagine that I just had this. If I just had straight text, no dialogue tags, and let's assume that you could still keep up with who is speaking at what time. There's no description of the environments. That's problem number one. There's no break in the flow of the dialogue. You can add, ellipses like this, which is a solution. But when you're reading it, the problem with the written word, the biggest problem is that there are very limited ways to pace things on a micro level. So, boring as usual, I'm about halfway through this week's work, so I should finish on time for once. Yes, technically that is correct, and she would probably say that all at once without much of a break. But for the reader, what it does is that it just kind of creates... It encourages you to just kind of zone out and skim, because you're not being told relevant information and you're not being engaged with the flow of the work. So, boring as usual. Barbara said, gesturing to their small dining table, which was covered from end to end with books, notes, and paperwork. Sets up the environment. Sets up that they have a small dining table, right? That's just a very, very minor thing where you set up that, okay, it's a small dining table. That could point to either them being frugal or not making that much money, so they can only afford a small dining table, right? So it sets up one of those two things. Either one works. It's still depth. It's an action, gesturing to their small dining table. That offers a break. It offers a more humanizing thing to add to the dialogue. And it breaks up the dialogue itself. Boring as usual, there's a break, and then you return to, I'm about halfway through this week's work, so I should finish on time for once, after it has been established, covered from end to end with books, notes, and paperwork, so you already have an image in your head of the work that she's talking about. That makes sense? So that is one of the ways that you can pace things out micro scale. And it's the same thing up here, longest few hours of my life. Micro scale, adding the pause before the, how was school today? That kind of thing. So I've been talking about this dialogue scene for like 10 minutes. Let's move on. I've also been recording for an hour and a half. All right. All right. About 20 minutes about 20 minutes later, the two women were in an old elevator shaft in an abandoned warehouse which led down into Batman's National City Batcave, which Barbara occupied once she moved here. Authorization required. Authorization, Gordon, Barbara, passcode, Sunshine, she said to the speaker, and the elevator started going down to the cave. Aw, that's cute, Barbara said, popping a fry into her mouth. It changes every week or so. This was just a coincidence, the redhead claimed, though refused to look at Kara as she gave a knowing smile. Uh-huh, whatever you say, Babs, she snickered, taking another fry. Hey, did you take from my order? Barbara snatched the fast food bag from Kara. You did! You little... What? You never finish yours. I get distracted. And this ensures that they don't get wasted, Kara said, only to be poked in the stomach. No, you're just a big foodie, Barbara corrected, and Kara couldn't dispute that. Should have brought a drink. The elevator opened, and the two women... Actually, fuck this. I'm gonna go get a drink. Put it back. Future me. Cut out. At 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 10 seconds. Hi, I'm back. I got a drink. It's a brisk tea, raspberry flavored, 190 calories for 1 liter. Refreshing. Nah, it is refreshing. All right, continue on. The elevator opened and the two women... Wait, that's right. Okay. The elevator opened and the two women made their way down to the massive screens of the back computer. Before they could start their cheesy rom-com, Barbara started the blood analysis. Yeah, okay. We have been talking about that dialogue scene for a while. Yeah, they were coming to do blood. Just as a reminder. They found that it would take almost exactly the length of the movie, and so they both settled in to eat and relax. They'd had plenty of movie nights in these conditions, so much so that they even set up a little bed for them. It wasn't so much a bed as it was a lounge chair, but it was big enough for Kara to be able to snuggle up into Barbara's arms for a while. 2 hours a week really wasn't enough time for a date night, but it was the best they could do with their busy lives. Kara had her job at Catco and her life as Supergirl, while Barbara was swamped in online schoolwork and her life as Batgirl. With all of it, they were lucky they even had this time. They rarely even slept at the same time anymore, let alone in the same bed, though Kara hadn't had the courage to bring up that possibility anyway. How many months have they been together now? Honestly, it felt like they just sealed the deal with a kiss a week ago, but part of that must have been because they saw each other so infrequently outside of crime fighting. Kara wanted to spend more time with her girlfriend, but duty called. And even with a few bumps in the road, living together and being girlfriends has been really fun. So what if Barbara was a total mess and Kara was a neat freak? So what if Kara had a bottomless stomach and Barbara was stuck cooking most of the time since she was always the one at the apartment? Not safe for work coming up. So what if Kara had to inject a special serum which dampened her powers so she didn't actually kill Barbara when they had sex? All of that was transient, passing urges and annoyances. What she felt for Barbara was so much more than any of that, and no amount of small annoyances could ever change one simple fact. She wanted to spend every minute of every day with Barbara. If she could, Kara would gladly give up the superhero life if it meant she could stay with her. And given that the superhero life literally saved Kara from herself, that was a big deal. So I put in the comments, this implies that Barbara means more to Kara than being a hero, which will be relevant at the end. Spoilers, it's Barbara's pleading and declaration of her own love that Kara overhears during the final battle that gives Kara the strength of will to stand and keep fighting. Anyway, Kara brought Barbara's hand up to her lips and kissed it, which the redhead barely noticed as she was actually paying attention to the movie. The Kryptonian smiled, imagining the passionate critique her girlfriend would rail off about the movie as they left to be superheroes later. She was always hypercritical of movies, which Kara didn't really understand. Sure, people couldn't fly at them, which made it slightly unrealistic. Haha, meta joke. But she was always able to think that the love depicted in them was genuine. Barbara could only see them as actors, like she was when she was Batgirl. Batgirl cared about the city and about stopping the bad guys. Batgirl would do anything to save the day. Barbara Gordon could probably go either way. Barbara Gordon had college to worry about and friends to keep up with and a girlfriend to care for. Barbara Gordon had responsibilities and they could very easily Barbara Gordon had responsibilities and they could very easily distract someone from what was right and wrong. In the comments, people often project onto others what they dislike most about themselves. Hashtag relevant to Kara. Alright, moving on. Finally, the movie ended, but Kara held them there in that position for a little while longer. Blood's done. Kara snuggled further into her girlfriend's bosom. 5 more minutes? With a chuckle, Barbara wrapped her arms around Kara. 5 more minutes. Hypocrite. I'm just saying that the ending was absolutely terrible, Barbara said as she slipped into her Batgirl outfit. I don't think so, Kara returned as she slipped on her own Supergirl top. He made her a garden, like she wanted him to. Yeah, when she was a ghost haunting him, and when she didn't remember anything when she woke up from her coma, Barbara argued. Do you really think anything will happen between them after the credits roll, or do you think she'd just tell him to get the hell off her roof? Yeah, so that movie is Just Like Heaven, starring Mark Ruffalo and Reese Witherspoon. It's a cheesy rom-com. I am serious, by the way. That actually exists, and that is the plot. That is the ending. Oh, it even has a stoner character. He's like, righteous. In the most, like, stereotypically stoner voice. And that's the funniest shit in the world to me. Moving on. I'd like to think it was a happy ending where the two got together at the end, even with all of their fighting and the weird circumstances. Foreshadowing, Kara said, pulling up her skirt over her boy shorts and tapping a little drum beat on her exposed belly as she waited for Barbara to finish pulling on the boots and gloves. I think you're thinking about it too much, like usual. Hey, projecting. I even put, I'm done with the projecting quote. If I put projecting in a comment later, just insert that quote. I just don't want to have to type it over and over. Sorry, I didn't want to type it because I did earlier. Barbara smirked. And I think I should ask you two why you're here. A voice came from the entrance. Kara turned calmly to the new group, knowing at least one of its members from his whisperings of secrecy that she learned as they came down. Nightwing? Barbara questioned. It had become second nature to call him that when he was in full uniform, Kara noticed. Thankfully, both of them had gotten fully dressed by the time the new group entered. Don't you guys operate out of Happy Harbor or something? One of the boys, an African-American looking guy with lighter hair, cast a hard stare at Dick. God, I can't wait to say Dick over and over. You told her? No, he claimed, though his teammates remained unconvinced as they came down the steps to meet the two girls there. Yeah, he didn't. I figured it out. Barbara put her hand on her hip, obviously feeling satisfied. But Connor told me, Kara pointed out. Mount Justice was pretty obvious, though. Hey, blabbermouth, you want to say it a little louder? The boy avoided his team's annoyed stares. Obvious if anybody knew about us, anyway, Dick said. His little team scattered throughout the area, and Kara counted 7 heartbeats in total, and would come to learn their names quickly from overhearing them in their conversations. Nightwing, Aqualad, Superboy, Miss Martian, Artemis, Kid Flash, and Wonder Girl. I put in the comments, can you tell I watched Young Justice recently? And yeah, this is not meant to be in the same canon. Case in point, Nightwing is Nightwing with the original roster, and is older in this canon. And Wonder Girl is the first person they recruit. And she's 14 now, when she's 14 in season 2, 5 years after the original season. Continuity, whatever. It's not the same canon. Ignore it. I just like that lineup. The latter was the only one Kara really knew, and the young Amazonian bounded up to her excitedly. 14 years old, has a promising future, protege to one of the most powerful people on the planet. Kara saw a lot of herself in the girl. At least the Kara that was from Krypton. Important character beat. Hey, Kara! Hey, Cassie! The two interlocked fingers and floated up into the air with each other. It's been too long, Squirt. I know! I was just so busy on Themyscira training, and then get this, the Justice League recruited me for their covert team. Congratulations, Kara said to her, before looking down to Nightwing. How many missions has she exposed? 7 and counting, Dick said. Hey, that last one was a fluke and you know it, the blonde superheroine claimed. Kara giggled at her childish outburst and gently lowered them both to the floor, where Dick and his friend Aqualad were talking with Barbara. So that moment, I really like that moment. I really like the how many missions has she exposed bit. I thought it was funny. Also, it allows us to see Kara interacting with other superheroes. So, especially one that she knows and that she might have some attachment to because, as we will learn soon, Kara was trained on Themyscira before she was kidnapped by Darkseid. Yay! Okay, where were we? Moving on. Hey, don't blame me because Batman didn't tell you I was here, she said stubbornly. I told him before I left that I was going to use this place, so he had no excuse. I did call, Dick returned. Dick. You could have told me then. Strange. She always seemed distracted whenever a big hunk like you calls, Kara said as she landed, posing demurely. I wonder who could be responsible for that. Very funny, Supergirl. Dick rolled his eyes under his mask. That right there. That is a character beat. That's not a character beat, but it's just a subtle way of demonstrating Kara's powers. X-ray vision, she can see underneath the mask, kind of thing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to see the roll of his eyes. Anyway, moving on. So, what's up? Why are you guys here all of a sudden? I'm guessing this is a mission, covert ops? Tracking a rogue group of supervillains who we believe might be trafficking some illegal arms, Dick said. Let's not share too much, Aqualad warned. Don't worry, these are two of the most trustworthy people I know, Dick assured. Well, one is, and the other comes as a bundle pack. Kara giggled at that, accepting the good-natured teasing. Well, we're tracking a new bad guy ourselves, so maybe we can help each other out. Maybe. If we have time, Aqualad said. We're on a timetable, remember? You must be fun at parties, she said before going over to the bag of food and fishing out what was left of the fries that Barbara didn't eat. They were cold, but Kara was in a munching mood. Again, this is another habit that we established earlier, that Kara is a foodie. Again, not important overall, but it is a nice addition. Again, not a bad thing. Dick moved over to the back computer and typed a few things in. We're looking for a team calling themselves the Elite. For a while, they acted as heroes over in Britain before it was revealed that they'd been juicing themselves up on an illegal drug to enhance their powers, and then selling their excess to other supervillains for the sake of giving the people a show. Hashtag editing. They disappeared after that, but there's recently been sightings of individuals that fit their profile well enough that it's suspicious, and we found some of their calling cards when busting some illegal arms deals on our own missions, he said, bringing up a picture of the Elite in action against Superman. Break because I am taking a drink. I don't know what it is about gurgling a little. It always makes me burp. Even when I'm like brushing my teeth and I'm rinsing my mouth out, that's worse. It tastes like mint and I hate mint. Sorry, moving on. Kara quickly swallowed her fried potato. Recognize the center guy. I fought him last week. You did? Was he with anyone else? All on his lonesome, Kara relayed. We just did blood work on him, though. Yeah. Barbara not so subtly shoved Dick out of the way and brought up their results. No match in National City Police records or on any watch list, but Carr mentioned he had an accent, so I went ahead and did a check for Britain, and sure enough, we've got a match. Nathan Jones. To anyone else, Nightwing, the trail would have ended there. But thanks to yours truly, I found out that the guy had a criminal record a mile long, was recruited by the British government for unknown reasons, and a few months later, bam, he's a member of the elite as Coldcast. Whatever happened to him in those few months must have given him powers. Yeah, no kidding. I still have burns from his lightning blasts, Kara said, rolling her shoulder. I'm pretty interested in going for round 2, though. Excuse me. God, I'm so gross. I was gonna go patrol, and Batgirl was gonna try and work out a way to dampen his power so we can contain him. So yeah, I'm pretty interested in going for round 2. That is a somewhat subtle way. God, I'm burpy. Sorry, that's a somewhat subtle way to introduce or to reinforce that Kara is a warrior, always looking for the next fight, and that's going to be a very important part of her character later, and it's going to be taken to its logical extreme to nearly catastrophic results. So, actually, they are catastrophic results. So, be prepared. Have fun with that. And the rest of his team, Aqualad asked. Nowhere to be found, Barbara said. I've been checking the news and police reports, but no other new metas have been spotted in National City. Which poses a unique problem for us. We have one match, but striking at him now will only make finding the others harder, Dick said, crossing his arms and thinking about the situation. Does that mean I can't fight him? Kara questioned, feeling a bit disappointed considering how badly she let him think he beat her last time. That's an important character beat. Not necessarily, Dick and Barbara said at the same time. Chuckling, Barbara let Dick have the floor. If we can track him down while you're on patrol, you and Batgirl can engage him, make him tired, and make him reconsider the fight so that he runs away. When he retreats, Batgirl can hit him with a tracker, and from there, we're in. If he's in league with the other members of the elite, we'll know about it. Solid, then I'm gonna head out, Kara said, quickly grabbing an earpiece and putting it in. Can you hear me? Loud and clear, Barbara said, hand going to her own ear through her helmet. Or just going through her own ear. I should add through her helmet, but I'm lazy. And no, Nightwing, you can't have our frequency. I wasn't gonna ask that. Yeah, sure you weren't. Barbara playfully punched him. As if a dog like you wouldn't want to listen in on our flirting. Oh, I don't know, Cassie said, jutting into the conversation. I think he gets enough of that from the mind-link flirting we have to hear from those four. She pointed to the pairs of Superboy and Miss Martian, as well as Kid Flash and Artemis. Thank you! I think we should start focusing on the mission, Aqualad interrupted the banter. Kara nodded, and took off flying. I don't have much to say about that scene. It is a introduction to the team, who are going to be mildly important later on, as well as setting up how they find this guy and who they're going up against. Within a few seconds, she was soaring between the skyscrapers of National City. Compared to Metropolis, the buildings weren't quite as tall or packed together, but it was plenty dense for Kara. Comms check number 2, she heard in her ear. Check successful, honey, Kara said in an overly sweet voice, doing a quick loop to redirect herself down the next street upon hearing a mugging happen several blocks away. Very funny. Dick's team is going to be doing their own investigation from the cave, but I've got eyes on from my wrist computer. If either of us spots this creep, you'll know. Wouldn't have it any other way, Kara said with a smile. So, out of curiosity, how long have you and Dick known each other? God, it must be around 6 years ago now? He was Robin, and I was a school friend. That we both ended up as Batman's protégés was a stroke of weird cosmic luck. I see. Any feelings? Nope, she said flatly. Besides, I think he's with Zatanna now? I know he was with Rocket and Starfire at some point when he was with the Titans. Don't know how long it'll last now that she's in the league, though. From how many times he's called me in the middle of the night for girl advice, he does not handle long distance well. So just on that, and the rest of the scene in more broadly, this is obviously what you could consider a filler scene. To tell the story, you don't need it. You could just jump straight from the cave scene where they introduce Coldcast as a villain to where Kara goes to fight him. But oftentimes you're going to want to add these little things, especially if you can flesh out the characters while doing so, which is what I use it here for. The reason for that is just to provide, it's another way that you can control pacing. So like, let's say you have this scenario where they're looking for Coldcast and Kara goes out on patrol to that end. It would not make for good pacing to have it be, let's use film terms, a smash cut to the encounter. If they're looking for this guy, then some time would have passed before they would have actually found him, logically speaking. Now, if it was a thing where like they were at the cave and they brought up like news footage and like an unknown villain calling themselves Coldcast is attacking so and so bank, then yeah, you could very easily justify a very quick scene transition to Kara like jumping over to the location, right? As now, why didn't I do that? That's another question, and that's a question. That's the type of question that you're going to be asking yourself a lot if you start taking this seriously. Is that why am I doing this instead of this? And the reason I didn't do Coldcast attacking a bank is for the purpose of separating the heroes. So I just introduced 7 heroes, and the elites in most incarnations they have like 4 or 5 members. In this one they only have 3 that you'll soon learn. But it would be the point of the next action scene that's about to happen is that Kara's outmatched. She has to kind of deal on her own, which she is perfectly capable of doing, but she's also trying to keep to that kind of do-gooder, try and get them to surrender kind of deal, which we'll see has tragic consequences. Now, that couldn't have happened as smoothly if it was a thing of Coldcast was attacking a bank. Well, we just introduced this team. Why would they not go there, especially when they have a speedster on their side, right? And the elites simply aren't powerful enough of a villain group, and I made it that way, and I chose them specifically for that reason, to be a match for a member of the Young Justice team. Like, yeah, Manchester Black is a powerful telepath, but Miss Martian is almost undoubtedly a more powerful one in many different canons, namely the Young Justice one, which is what I'm taking from. So I mean, that would basically neutralize his threat. Artemis has a ton of trick arrows to deal with Coldcast from afar. Kid Flash can just kick their asses from here to Sunday. Superboy could fucking destroy Menagerie. It and honestly, Kara could do the same. She could, like, she's a Kryptonian. She could punch, she even says later, she could punch him in the France, but she doesn't do it because of her morals. Oh God, the moral conundrum. Anyway, moving on. That's why I didn't have it that way, so that Kara would be more or less separated from the rest of the team. Of course, I could have just not introduced the team at all, but then I would have had to introduce them later when they would have been relevant, and it's just the kind of question of like, is it worth it? And there was a decent lead into it. We've already been introduced to Nightwing and that he had a team, so it was. The general idea is to introduce things before they become relevant. It's a Chekhov's gun, and if you don't know what that is, it comes from theater, where you don't put a gun hanging on the wall as background dressing in Act 1 unless it's going to be used in Act 3, right? So like, So you can get two things from that. One, don't introduce superfluous things in art. Now, in the written word, that is kind of muddy because you're not really limited that much unless you're like Brandon Sanderson, who writes like Bibles. Um, so it's muddy there. But the second thing that you could take is that you could take if you look at it from the opposite angle is that if a gun is going to be used in Act 3, make sure it was established to have been there in Act 1 or 2 beforehand. So the team isn't going to be relevant until Chapter 4 in the big final battle with Brainiac, which, spoilers, that's the final battle. And I'm sorry for the chair squeaking. I know it's annoying. But anyway. So they're not going to be relevant until Chapter 4. Sort of in Chapter 3 as kind of background noise, but, best to introduce them early so that they're there and you know that they're players, right? So that when they do pop up and become important in Chapter 4, it's not just pulled right out of my ass. All right, moving on. Where was I? Okay. Oh, so he called you late at night? Often? Why, Sunshine, do I detect jealousy in your voice? No, Supergirl claimed, quickly picking up a cop she spotted on patrol and setting him at the site of the mugging, simultaneously using her heat vision to burn the knife from the thug's hand. She left after confirming that the woman was all right and collected all of the groceries she had been carrying from the ground. It's just weird is all. If people looked at you two, they'd always assume you were a thing. Ew, no. What? He's attractive. As it happens, I prefer blondes, Barbara said. So, Cassie? Artemis? I hear Martians can be whatever you want. I think the oldest of those three is 16, which makes them like 4 years too young for me. Unless you're asking me to break up with you, but because if that's the case, I have Black Canary on speed dial. Oh, please, you would give up Kryptonian for a girl that can scream bloody murder at 1,000 decibels? Kara questioned. I wouldn't give you up for the world, Sunshine, Barbara returned, forcing Kara to stop at the combination of forwardness and absolute sincerity. Kara? Kara felt her heart rate pick up. Hello, Earth to Supergirl, do you read me? Yeah, she started flying again. You just almost made me fall out of the sky just now. Really? That's all it took? You know I'm a romantic, Kara said. Well, what if I said the AC wasn't working in the Batmobile and I'm thinking about ditching the spandex? I would be there in about 20 seconds to sneak a peek, Kara said with a smirk. You'd have to chuck Wonder Girl out before you could. She's giving me the weirdest look right now. Your comments didn't help with that, by the way. I like this conversation. Oh, God. Cassie, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to corrupt you like we are, Kara exclaimed, hoping she could hear her. Barbara just laughed, while Kara now thought she could hear some mutterings from the younger girl. Wait, why is she even there with you? She wanted to come, Barbara said, likely with a shrug. That likely with a shrug is meant to imply intonation with the she wanted to come. So notice how I did like, she wanted to come. Ah. Like you would when you like, shrugging. Just a little thing. Pretty sure she's regretting it by now. No, I'm not. Oh, sorry. No, I'm not. Because it's quiet. Kara heard quietly over her comm, along with some unintelligible words soon after. Okay, scratch that. She says she's happy to not feel like a seventh wheel for a while. Well, sorry to say, but you're still a third, and now she wants out of the car. What's your location? I'll come pick her up, Kara said, trying to pinpoint the Batmobile's motor after out of the thousands of cars in the city. There was a pause before Barbara responded. Negative. We got a match on Coldcast, and it looks like... Oh, God. What? Babs? Kara questioned. She was met with a brief scream from Cassie, the screeching of wheels, and then static. At that instant, the sound of an explosion entered Kara's ears. She lurched to a halt and burst toward the source, pushed on by the thought of Barbara facing that monster alone. When she got closer, she saw the fire, and soon found out the situation. Coldcast had attacked Barbara and Cassie in the Batmobile, causing it to explode and set the nearby apartment building on fire as well. Babs! Kara lurched down to the wreckage, not hearing a heartbeat from within it. My comment says, Kara immediately focuses in on Barbara's well-being rather than the burning building. Alright, that's later. I've got her! Kara had been so tunnel-visioned that she didn't notice Cassie on the other side of the road. Barbara lay unconscious in her lap. She let out a sigh of relief and then glared at their attacker, who was cracking his knuckles. Thought attacking the bat bitch would draw you out again. Looking forward to frying that pretty brain of yours. Not likely, gas for brains, Kara returned, clenching her fists. Wonder Girl, fly in there and get everyone out that you can. The big guy is mine. Right. She set Barbara down and flew up to the top floor where she would be needed the most. From now on, this was important earlier, but from now on especially, pay attention to the uses of Supergirl versus Kara. And I'll tell you about it in like chapter 3 or 4, I guess. Excuse me. I dropped my fucking drink. Thankfully, it's a closed bottle. Supergirl saw Coldcast aim a bolt toward her with his hand, and she dashed forward, appearing in front of him in a millisecond, and pushing his arm up so his shot coursed harmlessly into the sky. However, he then grabbed her by the arms and released a powerful shock through her. Supergirl cried out, feeling her skin burn where he touched, and she shot a low-powered headbutt his way, sending him flying back and into the wall. You don't have to do this, Nathan, Supergirl said as he recovered from the hit. I can punch you all the way to France, but I don't want to do it. Just come quietly and we can figure things out. Not likely, he said, mimicking her earlier confidence. He shot several bolts of lightning at her, which she dodged and let hit the walls around them. When she got close, she reared back a fist and threw it forward, only to have him hold up his palm. Upon impacting his skin, she was blasted backwards from point-blank blast. Hashtag thesaurus. Impact. All right. From a point-blank impact. She landed roughly on the ground, but was overall uninjured. Kara leveled a cold glare at the man, growing more impatient by the minute. Is that the best you've got? She questioned. Sorry if that was loud. Best not to ask that, love. I'm sorry, I can't do British voices. A distinctly British voice sounded behind her. I'm doing my best, I promise. Suddenly, she was lifted off the ground. Now, Supergirl could obviously fly, but she'd never been floated off the ground by someone else before, and she didn't much enjoy the feeling. Whoever had psychically grabbed her soon shot her forward with an incredible force and up into the burning building, shooting her clean through several floors and flying out the top. Kara caught herself in midair, shrugging off the ache in her muscles from the strange experience, only to hear several tiny heartbeats approaching from above. She looked up, seeing a strange lizard bat lady and an army of strange grubs shooting toward her. The grubs had mouths with razor-sharp teeth, and though they felt like pinpricks to the Kryptonian, she still had dozens of them biting her all over. Gah! Supergirl cried, quickly using her heat vision to burn them all off before being rushed by the woman that had secreted them. The two got into a brief tussle in the sky before Kara bashed her away, leaving her with a cut on her cheek. Consider that a warning, Kara said, voice low. Then consider me warned, darling, the woman said, raising a hand to her cut cheek and then flicking the blood off of it and toward Supergirl. Immediately, her skin burned, though mildly. Acid. Kara looked at the acid on her skin sizzling off, and then looked back up at the Bat Lady. Realizing that Supergirl caught on, the woman pointedly let more of her blood fall right into the burning building. Not knowing how strong or deadly the acid was, Supergirl had no choice but to dive down and take the droplets herself, the stinging from them only growing more acute with each one. She flew straight up into the woman, using the pain she felt from her acid as fuel. Kara headbutted the woman just lightly enough to keep her conscious, locked arms around her body, and then flew them down to the ground, where she let go and let the woman crash down onto the ground. God, I should have checked my thesaurus. Oh well, it's whatever. It's not that bad. It's high octane. Almost as soon as Kara landed, she felt that psychic from before try and enter her thoughts. I don't think so. That was very violent. I don't think so. With more of her power, Kara swiped at the air, creating a burst of wind in its arc, blowing the man backwards and breaking his concentration. Sorry, but my mind's got a lot of barriers to that mind-controlling crap. Oh, bad experience, love. The man returned, sporting obviously dyed purple hair. Then how about... Then how about... How about... And how about... Oh, whatever. Me first. Supergirl quickly used her super breath to blow both him and the Batwoman away and into the wall. Hashtag the Batwoman wording was used specifically because there is a character named Batwoman in the comics. Anyway, Supergirl quickly used her super breath to blow both him and the Batwoman away and into the wall, hoping that they would have the decency to stay down for a while. Cold Cast then reappeared with a hard right hook into the back of Kara's head. Her vision flashed red in anger, and she planted her foot to catch herself. Supergirl whirled around to catch the follow-up hit, only to be once again attacked by the little grubs from the woman. Supergirl's strength waned for the briefest of moments as they snapped into her skin, which is... excuse me. Which was enough time for Cold Cast to land another hit to her head, charged with even more juice. She was shot away and to the feet of the psychic, and before she could even get up, he had lifted her into the air. I think that body's a bit too spry for my taste. Sounds more Australian, but it's what we're going with, he said. Kara felt him try and bend her and break her limbs, but Kryptonians were made of much stronger stuff than what he was used to. It was visibly frustrating him. That's typo. It was visibly frustrating him that Supergirl's body didn't break. Fine then. We'll try a bit less subtle means. God, I guess we're going Australian for Manchester Black here. A particularly strong pull came to Supergirl's back. She cried out, feeling even her bones start to give way. In desperation, she shot out a weak blast of heat vision at the telepath. The zap put a nasty burn on his arm, which was enough to make him drop her. She landed ungracefully, collapsing onto her hands and knees and trying to shake the soreness from her body. Before she knew it, Cold Cast was on her again. Supergirl faced him on shaky legs, but he went straight for her head. He grasped it from both ends, and her mind went absolutely blank as he let loose all of his power. She remembered screaming, and she remembered blinding blue light engulfing them. But the next time Kara was fully conscious was after the fact, as she slumped down to the ground, unable to move, body twitching from the excess electricity still coursing through it. Why, you are one tough bird. The telepath lifted her up again. Almost as tough as Supes was, but not quite. That blast took you out of commission. Love. It's over, so say goodnight. God, it's so bad. I can't do accents, people. Kara was hardly paying attention. Her ears picked up distant running that was far too fast for a human. Kid Flash was approaching, but was still a ways away. Her eyes saw shadowed movement behind the telepath, as well as a calm heartbeat. Barbara had awoken in the fighting. Don't do it, Kara begged in her mind. He'll crush you. Suddenly, a batarang launched from the shadows and became embedded in the nearby wall, before exploding into a flashbang. The telepath dropped Supergirl in surprise, while the other members of the elite were temporarily blinded. Barbara leapt from the shadows and attacked the telepath, who seemed wholly unprepared for this scenario. She landed several good hits. Bumped the table. She landed several good hits, knowing to go for his head to keep him disoriented, but he eventually blocked a strike, and from there it was over. He grinned, and Barbara stopped mid-punch. She was wrenched up into the air so suddenly that it drew the breath from her, and her body immediately started twisting. Fighting hard for your little girlfriend, eh? Well, just goes to show how idiotic it is to date a co-worker. The telepath quipped. Don't touch her. Kara struggled with all of her might to get to her hands and knees. She was helpless. She couldn't stand, and she could barely think. All she knew was that Barbara was in danger, and she could do nothing about it. Tears welled up in Kara's eyes. Oh, what? Oh, what? You finished, love. Batgirl! Kara looked above them, seeing Cassie flying almost directly overhead, finished with saving people from the fire. She launched herself downward, and Kara heard Kid Flash drawing near. Just a few more seconds, Telepath grinned. Let's just make a pop right here. He twitched his hand, and Barbara's spine snapped at the waist, twisted so her torso was about 45 degrees off from her legs. She immediately fell into shock, unable to even scream in pain. No! Kara yelled, tears cascading down her face. A heartbeat later, Kid Flash rammed into the telepath, blasting him away and making him drop Barbara, whom Cassie caught. With adrenaline coursing through her, Kara scrambled over to Barbara. No. She took her face in her hands, but couldn't calm herself enough to listen for a heartbeat. Kid Flash held off the other members of the elite, but his revealing himself seemed to make them hesitant about attacking further, like they knew that he wasn't the only extra hero that they had access to. In the end, they retreated. The other members of the team arrived shortly after, seeing Kara cradling Barbara in her arms. Kara, we need to get her to a hospital now. But we'll worry about her secret identity later. Hospital. Kid Flash, you're the fastest one here. Coordinates in 2 seconds, he said, already bringing up the map on his wrist computer. I'm going to add something. Nightwing. Nightwing seemed was the quickest to take everything in. Just to establish that it's Nightwing saying that line. Hashtag editing. All right, where was I? Kid Flash, you're the fastest one here. Coordinates in 2 seconds, he said, already bringing up the map on his wrist computer. Nodding, the man suddenly had Barbara in his arms, and then he was off before Kara could even object. Perhaps. Kara reached for them, but lacked the strength to do anything. She couldn't stand, she couldn't fly, she couldn't think about anything other than her girlfriend. Tonight wasn't supposed to go this way. It wasn't supposed to... More tears fell, and more still when they made it to the hospital and were told of the damages. Kara didn't understand most of it, but she understood that Barbara would never be able to walk again. She understood that in a single instant, half of Barbara's life had ended. Supergirl sat by her side, unable to take her eyes off of her. It was only when Barbara finally awoke that she was able to think about something else. Supergirl always forgave. That's bookending. Supergirl always forgave. It was one of her core principles, yet the only thoughts in her mind after that night were all of the ways that she could make that telepath suffer. And then, Kara was going to kill him. And that's chapter 2. So, we have gotten dark very quickly, and yes, that was intentional. Like I said, juxtaposition is a really, really, really effective thing to use. Where, oh God, my neck is... I've been like hunched over because my chair is slightly too tall for my table. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, God. I thought I was breaking my goddamn neck there. All right. It still hurts. All right. Anyway. What was I talking about? I'm tired. Yeah, so juxtaposition is a good thing. The beginning of this chapter. Very happy-go-lucky, very bubbly, very light in tone, with just the two girls being girlfriends and bantering and you know, doing all that lovey-dovey crap. Transitioning into a bit more risque, playful bantering once the team shows up. Like Kara suggesting that she... well, you can interpret it a couple ways, but I interpret it as her suggestively or purposefully exposing herself to Barbara whenever a big hunk like Dick called. which, you know, she's a forward character. I don't think that's necessarily out of character. And then to them kind of when they're on patrol, them kind of casually, where is it? Them kind of casually talking about relationships and whether Barbara had any feelings for Dick, and you know, all that kind of stuff. And then immediately, as soon as the action started, we're going to talk about specifics. Kara versus Supergirl. Now, this will become much more relevant next time, but the astute viewer will notice that I only ever use Supergirl when she's acting heroic. Okay, I take that back. I only ever use Kara when she's acting colder than usual. When she's insulting the villain, when she's like down to business, right here. Let's see. Kara leveled a cold glare at the man. Supergirl wouldn't do that, growing more impatient by the minute. And then Supergirl is whenever she's acting heroic, or whenever an attack phases her. Does that make sense? So Supergirl cried out, Kara did not. Supergirl cried. Yeah, when she was attacked by the grubs of Menagerie. And then who overcomes those grubs? Not Supergirl. Kara bashed her away and warned her. So this is just a continual reinforcement of the idea, because we saw earlier. All right, we're scrolling up. We are scrolling up. Right here. People often project onto others what they dislike most about themselves, in reference to the idea when Kara was talking about what she thought Batgirl was like, what Barbara was like, where she thought Barbara considered Batgirl a different person, or at least Kara tended to view them as a different person, which speaks a lot to how she views herself and her Supergirl persona. Excuse me. Where Kara is the one. Supergirl is how to put this. Supergirl is like the kid, and Kara is the jaded adult. In a very, very basic kind of warped sense. So Supergirl is optimistic. She is. I even go into it in chapter 3, which I'll get into momentarily. But Supergirl is optimistic. She gives hope to the people around her. Meanwhile, Kara is the girl that saw her planet die, was kidnapped by Darkseid and tortured for months into becoming a soldier, into becoming Fury. Kara is not optimistic, right? It wouldn't make sense for her to be. Like, yes, this whole thing is about her journey into becoming closer to that ideal of recovering from that experience fully and moving past it and becoming a complete person again. But at this point in the story, and even we saw up at the top of here, where was it? It was a highlighted one, right? Yes. The superhero life literally saved Kara from herself. Right? What you can interpret that as, and as we'll see later on, this is what it is that Kara views Supergirl as a separate entity, right? Or pseudo separate entity, like how you talk to your friends in one way, your family in another, and your boss in a third, right? You put on these different masks, and for Kara, Supergirl is that mask that she puts on when she goes out and is a superhero. right? And the tricky thing about personas, especially for someone who has suffered trauma or isn't quite right in the head or is just kind of not careful about their words or their thoughts, personas can very easily split off from the collective. Um, and that's where you get the idea of like people who are two-faced, where they act so radically different to different parties that they come off as disingenuous. I'm much more inclined to believe when someone says that someone is two-faced that they are acting genuinely. It's just that they act so differently that they've allowed this radical splits to happen between those two personas that it comes off that way. And for Kara in specific, that is exactly what happened with her and Supergirl. She started acting one way as Supergirl, and eventually it got to the point where we see now, or we will see now, that Kara doesn't really view her and Supergirl as the same person. So, Kara is the Fury in this scenario, and Supergirl is the superhero. Superheroes bleed, right? They aren't afraid to show their emotions. Meanwhile, Kara, Fury, soldier, brainwashed, like just absolutely tortured, PTSD, horrible individual, does not. She leveled a cold glare at the man. Supergirl cried out, feeling her skin burn where she touched. There's a better one. All right. Kara caught herself in midair. She's the one that recovered. She's the one that was strong enough to recover from Manchester Black throwing her. Supergirl cried as she was attacked by the grubs. Meanwhile, it was Kara that recovered. Kara gave the warning. This kind of split is only going to become more pronounced until eventually the Supergirl persona more or less dies off, right? As more and more situations pop up where Kara is the dominant personality, where her cynicism, her kind of depressed self-loathing takes the forefront of her thoughts rather than the kind of optimism that she projects as Supergirl. And as you might imagine, that's going to put a strain on her and Barbara's relationship. But for now, that is chapter 2. 2 hours, 24 minutes. About. I'll cut some of it out. It's probably more like 2 hours and 20 minutes. I'm done for tonight. I'll meet you guys back here for chapters 3 and 4 later. Okay, cut now. Okay, and we are back. It is the next day, and I am recording slightly earlier so I can actually get a decent night's sleep tonight. I have been exhausted all day, and you don't care, so we're going to continue on. When last we left off, for you this is about 2 seconds ago. For me it was like 22 hours ago. We last left off finishing up chapter 2. Let's do a quick story recap. Let's not, in fact, because my brain is hardly working at all. So let's just start reading, shall we? All right. When last we left off, Barbara just got killing joked by Manchester Black. God, the chair's even squeakier today. I'm sorry, guys. I am so sorry. I also forgot to plug in my computer. And it is about half power, so it will definitely need it. Yes, I'm using a laptop. Leave me alone. All right. Hopefully that didn't mess anything up. Still recording. Perfect. Excellent. Okay. Picking up, Chapter 3, Let the Stars Fall Down. 1.5 months until Brainiac's invasion. Kara felt fake. She'd felt that way ever since. That's a typo. Good start, me. I read this today, and I didn't notice that. Okay. Kara felt fake. She'd felt that way ever since she'd become Supergirl. Every minute of every day, all of those fake smiles and girlish laughs, they weren't her. Kara Zor-El was a hollow, broken girl who lost everyone she loved and was tortured into being the perfect soldier soon after. When she arrived on Earth, she'd wanted to die. She was kidding herself if she thought that had ever really changed. She just kept getting distracted. Each for friends, Kal-El, they were all distractions. Supergirl was the only thing that really kept Kara going. Kara Zor-El wanted to die, but Supergirl gave even someone like her a little bit of hope. Hope that people could change for the better. Supergirl always forgave. She even forgave Kara for abandoning her planet and her family. She forgave Kara when she almost killed Kal-El under Darkseid's control soon after. She forgave Kara whenever she made a catastrophic mistake. And so, Supergirl forgave Kara for letting Manchester Black cripple Barbara Gordon. But just as people could change for the better, they could change for the worse, too. Supergirl was in the middle of that change. Kara felt it happen in that one instant of helplessness. Supergirl wanted revenge, and Kara, broken, embittered Kara, was more than happy to oblige. So I have a note here. Immediately, we are starting to delve even further into Kara's psyche. Now we got inklings of her mental state and kind of how she viewed herself in chapter 2, her first POV chapter. But it's here now that kind of the curtains have been pulled back that we really see I guess just how broken she is, right? So like immediately, once again reinforced twice even in this one thing. She wanted to die. She wanted to die. What did she say was the thing that kept her going? Supergirl, right? That alter ego, that did good for the sake of it. That was optimistic. That was, all this other stuff. But we'll get into that more as we continue on. So let's do that. So let me see if I got this right. I have 4 essays, 3 workshops, and 2 labs due like yesterday. Barbara sighed, closing her laptop in resignation. Kara nodded from the chair beside her hospital bed. Would you judge me if I put it all off as long as possible? She asked. Kara shook her head. Great, because I am not in the mood to deal with college work right now. She rested her head back into the pillow and just lay there. She reached for the remote controlling the bed, which Kara handed to her as it was too far away to reach. It had been 2 whole weeks since that night, and the elite had all but disappeared. Dick even thought they might have moved on to another location, though his team remained in National City as it was the closest place they had a hotspot anymore. Kara spent most of her time with Barbara. She asked for leave from her job at Catco, which was granted, and only went out as Supergirl when she absolutely had to. Whenever she was away from her girlfriend, she kept imagining things turning for the worse and her not being there. Without fail, Barbara chided her for thinking such things when she got back to the room. Why was she smiling? How could she possibly act so happy given what happened? Why wasn't Barbara yelling at her and telling her to go away? It was Kara's fault that she was like this. She held back too much during the fight and let it go too far to where she lost control of the situation. Kara should have been stronger, smarter, more resourceful, whatever. But Supergirl had wanted to give them an opportunity to surrender. Supergirl had wanted to forgive. Once again, right here, we have another bit of internal stuff. And once again, we see kind of pacing on several scales. So, as we talked about last time, we had "Would you judge me as long as this is possible?" and then a break in the dialogue to also include an action from the opposite party, right, without breaking the paragraph before continuing on with the dialogue, right? And then also we have, it had been 2 weeks since that last night. Most of her time with Barbara, um, you know, well, I guess it'll be more in just a sec. So I will get into this comment. Don't worry. Um, Barbara reached for her, and Kara willingly offered her hand to take. The redhead traced the creases in Kara's palm, eyes closed and deep in thought. It was just like on Krypton. She could have helped more. She could have saved more people from Brainiac's invasion, but instead all she did was curl up in a ball and cry at seeing so many people dying around her. Maybe her parents should have come to Earth instead of her. At least they would have had the smarts to prevent this from happening. Kara was just a stand-in. First for her parents as an emissary from Krypton, and now on Earth to Superman. Alright, so now we're going to go back. Sorry about that. So we see pacing happen, I already talked about it earlier, but then we have some internal stuff right here, broken up. We have it there, and then we also have it here. And then we're broken up by this little paragraph that's just kind of an action that they take together, right? So once again, just little things about pacing and paragraphs and stuff like that, and little things is where I'm picking up, right? Yep. You haven't been out in the city as much recently, Barbara noted. Sightings of the Supergirl are at an all-time low. Kara shrugged. It's hard to focus when I know you're still here. I'll be out soon, Barbara said. Miracles of modern medicine. I'll be free to go in a wheelchair come next week. My parents would have been able to fix you outright. Kara couldn't help but think, but refused to voice it. She knew it would have made Barbara upset. Maybe you can have Bat's designer make you a super wheelchair or something, was what she said instead. Not a bad idea if I'm gonna help. Not a bad idea if I'm going to keep helping you with crime fighting, Barbara agreed. If Lucius can make a wrist computer, he can make a chair computer. I'm sure of it. That means we can still be our own little dynamic duo. Kara gave her best smile, but it felt fake even to her. Okay, we're gonna pick up there in a sec. Start with Azdic. So we have our comment here. Barbara doesn't even question if she's going to give up the life or not. It's a given that she'll keep helping Kara. Now, this is going to be brought up again later, and then it's going to be a minor character moment in chapter 4. Just adding a little bit of depth to Barbara, and to make you kind of wonder whether she's in denial, maybe, or maybe she's just kind of strong-willed enough to take this in stride, however strong you have to be to do that. We will find out in the finale that she has a lot of self-doubt of her own, that with the new paradigm of essentially becoming Oracle, which is obviously where I'm going with it. Because, we have here, not a bad idea if I'm going to keep helping you with crime fighting. I have Barbara doesn't even question if she's going to give up the life or not. Like, you could take that multiple ways, and it's meant to be taken in multiple ways. Number one, she wants to help her girlfriend no matter what the circumstances for that help is, whether that be helping as a crime fighter or helping as an information broker, as she will have to do going forward. Or number two, it could be her in denial of, like, so what if I'm crippled? I can still do it. It's that kind of stereotypical old man thing where they're like, I can still play with the youngins. It's that kind of thing, except replace old man with cripple. Sorry, handicapped, disabled, whatever the PC term is now. But before we move on, I'm going to go right back up to this. Kara should have been stronger, smarter, more resourceful, whatever. That is meant as an important character beat to reinforce Kara's self-loathing and hyper-focus on her own mistakes. Especially for negative emotions, I found that one of the best solutions is to reinforce it at every available opportunity until it feels like you're beating the audience over the head with it. And I mean that in the nicest possible way, but sometimes people have difficulties relating, if that makes sense. So my solution to that is to make them absolutely sure what kind of a headspace that the characters are in. Now, in this case, Kara is in a very, very negative headspace. So we reinforce it over and over and over again. So we have, when she arrived on Earth, she wanted to die. She was kidding herself if she thought that ever really changed. right? Um, uh, Supergirl wanted revenge, and Kara, broken and bitter Kara, was more than happy to oblige. Um, Even just in the way that Kara presents herself as it's such a stark contrast to how she was in chapter 2 at the beginning, right? Sorry, I'm putting my glasses down on the floor. I'm trying not to knock over my drink because I planned ahead. I have a drink now. Um, just like as a contrast from the beginning of chapter 2, Kara is barely even like speaking, right? She's grunting. She's giving nods and shakes of her head. She's just very much less talkative, much less personable. Like the facade is breaking, you know what I mean? And that's what it's meant to convey. So we tackle the issue of showing a character's mental state from multiple angles. We do it both. You like one or the other is fine, but if you can do both, it's good. Do it both through outright like telling the audience, not like saying, "Oh, Kara was in a bad mood," unless that is another character commenting on her, right? Then you have an argument. But don't just have Kara say, "I'm depressed." that that is number one on the nose. Number two, a bit disingenuous, and number three, just kind of awkward in terms of phrasing. Like I don't know. It's just kind of awkward to me. So instead, we have her get across the idea of, oh, she is depressed. Oh, she is in a terrible mental state, using other terms. Wanted to die, right? Wanted revenge, was more than happy to oblige, right? Continuing to reinforce it here. Kara should have been stronger, more resourceful, whatever, right? Like how she hyper focuses on her own mistakes, like I say in the comment. But we also do it from a double pronged approach by having her act starkly different in her dialogue as well as in her inner thoughts. So we have here grunting, not like bantering at all, even though Barbara is obviously trying to get her to banter with lines like that. And she's just not biting because, not in the mood, really. All right, continuing on. Has Dick talked to you recently? A couple of times with updates, the redhead answered. Why, haven't you been to the cave? He's pretty much been there the whole time. It wouldn't. Hardly worth the effort. Hello, phone. Is it important? No, it is spam. Wonderful. It wouldn't feel right without you there. Kara avoided Barbara's gaze as she said it. God, she felt pathetic. Barbara grasped her hand a bit tighter, sorry. Listen, I know you think that this is your fault, but it's not, she said softly. Kara didn't deserve this kindness. She knew it was her fault, and there was no way around that. She felt her eyes misting over. I just saw you in that much danger, and I started seeing red, and I didn't think things through. This, she placed a hand gingerly on her hip. Get it? Gingerly, because she's ginger. Sorry. This is my fault. Babs, was all Kara could say as tears started falling. Soon she just couldn't hold it in anymore, letting her head fall to their interlocked hands and just crying there. Barbara's other hands pet her hair lovingly, but Kara didn't deserve that either. She didn't deserve any of this. She didn't deserve Barbara, and she never would. This was the 4th time Kara cried so hard just that day. Scene transition, because there's a break in time that justifies it. In this case, 3 more days. 3 days. Yay. Only do it when you need to. At least that's my advice. Barbara had insisted that Kara go to the cave and try and figure out what to do about the elites, saying that there was only so much Barbara could say in a public hospital without incriminating herself. It took Kara 3 more days to work up the courage, motivation, soundness of mind, whatever, to do it. She entered the cave using the voice commands and noticed that only Dick, Cassie, and Superboy were present. Kara! Cassie flew up to her at the entrance and took both of her hands. We've been so worried. We haven't seen you in weeks. Sorry, I've been with Babs. Well, Nightwing says she's doing all right, Cassie said, smiling. That's a good thing, right? Isn't it? Yeah, a good thing. Kara sighed and then put on her best smile. Come on, I kind of want to know what's going on in my city. Those present offered their condolences for what happened, and Kara gave the appropriate responses of proffering blame on the villains who perpetrated the assault, rather than point blame to the actual one at fault, herself. So I have my note here. Kara's facade is becoming more strained and obvious to her, to where she's conscious of how two-faced she's been. So yeah, we have her actively lying, right? Actively hiding her true feelings. Mostly for social reasons, right? Like Kara is emotionally intelligent. We'll see this later in this very chapter. Kara is emotionally intelligent enough to realize that if she just starts blaming herself for everything openly, that everyone's going to be like, "Oh no, it wasn't your fault," that kind of thing. Which obviously she does not want, because most people that are in that kind of mental state are they don't want sympathy. They want the hell that they believe they deserve, which is very unfortunate for people in that circumstance. Moving on. Dick moved to the back computer. We've got several leads that we're following up on as we speak, but they've so far eluded us directly. McGann is looking at what we think is one of their armed storage locations, Connor added. Calder is checking the bay to see if they're shipping it via submarine. Wally is making the rounds in the city in your place because, Kara nodded. Artemis is investigating a possible connection between the elites and a local gang called the Rolling Eights. We should hear back from one of them soon, and then we'll hopefully have more information for you. Kara nodded again and pulled out her phone. I'll give you my number, she said. Sorry, let's get into character. I'll give you my number, she said flatly. With few words, Dick was now a contact. I have to go get some stuff for Babs from the apartment, but let me know if anything comes up, okay? Sure, Dick craned his neck. I don't know how exactly to say this, but if you ever need someone to talk to, we'll be here. All of us. Thanks, Kara said, turning away and floating back up to the entrance. Do you want me to come with you, Kara? No, she said immediately, and maybe too harshly. Kara didn't turn around to see her reaction. We need a clarification that that's Cassie speaking. Always edit. No matter the circumstance. I'm going to have a drink if I can find it in the darkness. I like my first soda in like 4 days, and it's very tasty. Yummy. Can't drink it too fast. That's to last this whole session. All right, continuing on. All she heard was Connor saying, give her time. I'm just going to reread that whole part. Okay. Thanks, Kara said, turning away and floating back up to the entrance. Do you want me to come with you, Kara? Cassie wondered. No, she said immediately, and maybe too harshly. Kara didn't turn around to see her reaction. All she heard was Connor saying, give her time. Right. Give her time. Giving her time would only make these feelings worse. Kara would know. She'd been in this funk before, and what got her out of it last time wasn't working. It would only keep going downhill until they found the elite, and Kara could rid herself of these new demons of hers. That was quite possibly the grossest sounding burp I've ever uttered. Moving on. We'll get to that as soon as we finish this section. We'll get to that comment soon. Flying normally made her feel better. Call her egotistic, but it usually felt like Kara was above all of the world's problems when she flew, both literally and figuratively. She didn't have to worry about any drama at work or with friends or with Kal-El. She could just fly away if she wanted to. There was always that freedom. It didn't bring her any joy anymore. Now, Kara was tethered to that hospital. She couldn't fly too far away from it or else abandon Barbara, which she couldn't do even if she tried. She made it to their apartment and landed on the balcony as she normally did. Kara stretched as she landed. Hey, look, habits persist through bad mental states. Always keep that in mind. Keep in mind the when to keep a habit, I guess is the correct way to put it. And that's just gonna kind of come from like what you're feeling at that moment. You like, like what do you think will work? Anyway, Kara stretched as she landed and then walked up to the sliding door. It was locked. Of course it was locked. They locked every door when both of them were into the apartment, and the sliding door definitely counted as a door. Kara didn't know why this, of all things, made her break down. Maybe it was because this was the first time Kara had returned to the apartment since that night. Maybe it was as simple as her thinking too much about what happened again, like back with Barbara earlier. Whatever the case, Kara took a few steps back and sat against the balcony's outer wall. She brought her knees up to her chest and then buried her face in them, struggling to find the will to even cry anymore. Each shaky breath was agony. Each tear that fell was a line of acid down her face. Each clenching of her fists only made her imagine what it would feel like to finally drive it into that telepath's chest. She needed to get rid of these demons. She had to, for Barbara's sake. So I have a comment here. Important insight into the lingering effects of Darkseid's torture and mind control. So yeah, once again, we're hinting at the state of mind that Kara is in, right? And specifically how it relates to her past of being kidnapped by Darkseid and being made into a fury through months of torture, right? Each shaky breath was agony. Each clenching of her fists only made her imagine what it would feel like. Look me in the eye and tell me that a sane person would think that, right? All right, but that's just a little thing. That's just more reinforcement. I'm going to be saying that a lot in this part specifically because most of chapters 3 and 4 is going to be reinforcing the ideas of the story before it all finally climaxes. That sounds wrong. Before it all finally comes to a head, that sounds even worse in chapter 4 at the end of it. All right, moving back up here. It would... Shut up. It would only keep going downhill until they found the elite and Kara could rid herself of these new demons of hers. I put in the comment. Double meaning. Kara was trained to be a killer and now has someone to kill and wants to do that. But she's not wrong that she has demons to take care of before she can get better, just not the one she thinks. So yeah, double meanings are your friend, right? This is one of those lines where when you read it the first time, you would think like, oh yeah, she wants to kill the elite, right? But when you read it back and you realize that killing the elite doesn't bring her happiness, spoilers, then you start to wonder, was Kara aware of that, subconsciously at least, or was she not? And if she was aware of that, then was she aware that this state of mind was not healthy for her? You know, new demons. What does she mean by new demons? Hardly worth the effort. What does she mean by new demon? Oh, God, I'm gonna fucking silence my phone. Give me a second. Fucking Patreon. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, what new demons? There are old demons? What? Is that kind of thing. Of like, yeah, of course she's aware of it. New demons. There couldn't be new demons if there weren't old ones, right? So it's that kind of thing where it's like, oh, you think back on it, it's like, huh, so was she aware of it? You know what I mean? All right, continuing on. A month until Brainiac's invasion. I got it, Dick, Kara said over the phone, wedging it between her shoulder and her ear as she reached into the bag of food. It's all here on the back computer. Right, I know. Once the analysis is done, we'll be able to pinpoint the elite's location. This is great, Kara. Great job getting the sample and access to the cameras. I try, Kara returned, putting on a smile over the phone and pulling out her burger. Babs should be here like half an hour after it's done. When should I expect your super friends? We'll be ready to strike a little before. I'll call when my wrist computer says it's done, so you can... I'll call when my wrist computer says it's done. You can tell me where it is, and we can all converge on their location and take them on together. Good plan. Better than last time, anyway, Kara said with a smirk. Now, is that it? Because I've got fries with my name on. I've got fries with my name on them just sitting here. Dick chuckled. Sure, Kara. Enjoy. Talk to you soon. Kara set the phone down after ending the call, and her smile disappeared. She ate quickly and quietly, never sparing the bad computer a glance. She was busy anyway, mentally preparing herself for the fight ahead. This was it. It had been a month since that night, and Kara had been able to focus less and less on anything except for finding the elite. Dick and his team were all too happy to have her on board with their investigation, and with a few Stepford smiles and fake laughs, she was able to get them off her back about her recent attitude. Remember when I said she was emotionally conscious or aware enough to know how they would react? Now, in less than an hour, Supergirl would have her revenge, and then things could go back to the way they were before. Again, note the use of Supergirl versus Kara. Supergirl would have her revenge. Kara, this is just another target, right? Another call came on her phone. Kal-El. Before I do that, comments. After enough time stewing and thinking, Kara has fully taken over as the dominant personality, mimicking her Supergirl persona only to further her goal of killing the elites. Right? So we'll notice as soon as this scene starts, she's bantering, she's once again acting like her normal self, where it's like, I've got fries with my name on them just sitting here, right? Because she's a foodie. They say that it'd been a month since that night, and now Dick and his team were all too happy to have her on board, and with a few Stepford smiles and big laughs, she was able to get them off her back about their recent attitude. Right? So she's actively lying to her friends now. Things are not going well for Kara. No, they are not. All right. Another call came on her phone. Kal-El. Kara answered it out of courtesy and put on her best peppy girl act. Hey, Clark. Long time no hear. Hey, Kara. I'm sorry. Metropolis has seen an uptick in crime, and I only just heard about what happened a few days ago from Batman. Is she all right? Kara's facade faltered for the briefest of moments. Could Kal-El hear her heartbeat from where he was? Her senses weren't quite as acute as his, but comments implies that Kara fears / dreads Superman's judgment, which is an important character beat, honestly, because who was in the Superman Batman canon, who was the first person that Kara got attached to? It was Kal-El. It was Superman. So it only makes sense, and especially because they're family, it only makes sense that they would have something of the closest relationship, how she would kind of not want him to think less of her if she can help it, right? Especially because, as we'll find out later, he knows what she's going through because she's gone through it before. All right, continuing on. Who, Babs? Sorry. Who, Babs? She's fine, handling the whole thing as well as she can, I guess, Kara said. She's getting a new wheelchair soon to help me with information brokering and hacking and stuff like that, so she's still in the life. And how are you? He asked, always able to see through her acts. Excuse me. Kara, I know you don't handle these things very well. Kara's anger flared at the insinuation. What's that supposed to mean, Kal? I'm fine. Your tone says otherwise, he said calmly. Kara, I know you better than most. I also happen to know the team is already on the elite case. I think you should step away. And I think you should mind your own business. I left Metropolis so you couldn't police how I act as a superhero, remember? I thought we moved past that excuse, Kara. You left because you thought you were getting too attached to your friends there. Lana, Lois, Jimmy. And you were afraid exactly this might eventually happen to one of them. Kara had nothing to argue with on that. I'm only trying to look out for you. Well, stop. Kara. We've been through so much together. I just want to help. You know that I do. Hey, that's the thing that's Kara said in prologue. Cool, neat. Verbal tick that Kara picked up. Cool. I just want to help. You know that I do. So please believe me when I say that I don't mean anything hurtful by saying this, but you're too emotional. At least in cases where your loved ones are in danger. You don't see the bigger picture. I'm going to stop you right there, cousin, Carr interrupted bitterly. I don't need your advice. I don't need your counseling. And I don't need a lecture. Do you have anything useful to tell me? Or is that it? Well, please don't do anything rash. I love you, Kara. Nothing will change that, he said. And with that, he hung up on her. So, interesting thing, another subtle way that we can depict tone and how it sours over the course of a conversation. So, or if you want to interpret it like this, how far back Kal-El Superman is able to peel away Kara's facade, right? So at the beginning, she's like, "Hey, Clark," in that kind of giggly, bubbly girl, Supergirl persona that she puts on. She starts with, "Hey, Clark," and then let's see, what's that supposed to mean? Cal. Cal. As soon as he starts to question her, like, "I know you don't handle things very well. Handle these things very well," until finally, when he kind of, I guess, cares about her too much. I don't know. People. I keep using justification. People in that mental state act like this, but I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it justifies itself as a deteriorating kind of relationship in the conversation. To where by the end, she's just referring to him very with the italics. It's emphasized cousin, right? I say for the notes at the beginning, Kara called him Clark, and then Cal when he started questioning her, and now cousin when she's at her most closed off from him, right? Because she's completely shutting down any kind of care and advice that he wanted to give to her, right? So that's just another little way that we can manipulate tone of a scene. All right, continuing on, he hung up on her. She growled at the sentiment and had to force herself not to throw the phone through the ceiling. In the end, she let out a huff, set it down, and continued eating, though her appetite was all but gone by now. Before we move on, small way to show her deteriorating mental state, establish a trait earlier, foodie, and now subvert it to show the change in mindset. So, she munches a lot, she eats a whole bunch of food that's been established many times throughout, as we've read through, and now, as her mental state is deteriorating, not hungry, doesn't want to eat food. Her appetite's gone. She's in a terrible mood. And she's finally acknowledging it. Man, imagine that. This is the first time she's acknowledged that she's been in a bad mood. Cool. Once she'd scarfed down the rest of her food, she took to pacing the area. She didn't even notice that she was using her super speed and digging a circular rut into the stone until her foot caught and she stumbled to a stop. She glared over to the back computer. 5 more minutes, and another call. Kara answered it without looking at who it was. "What?" she asked in a too bitter voice. "Well, you sound like you're in a good mood," Barbara said sarcastically. Kara's mood lightened a bit at hearing the cadence of her voice. "Hey, Babs, sorry, just anxious is all," she said. "I can imagine," Barbara said. "Did you pick up the food yet?" Kara looked at the fast food bag. "Nope, not yet." Comments. We'll finish this conversation first. "Good. Don't want you eating my fries again." "Yeah, wouldn't want that," she agreed half-heartedly. For some reason, it felt much harder to try and lie to Barbara. Maybe she should tell her what she was going to do. No, that wouldn't help. Barbara would say no, and then they would argue and ruin everything, and anyway, Kara could just do it and be done with it by herself. Barbara didn't need to know about what happened. All right, now we're going to take a break. All right. Did you pick up the food yet? Nope, not yet. Comments. It's the little things that tell us the most. There's this idea of civilization and society where you can tell that a civilization is on kind of one of the first signs of civilizations collapsing is when people start ignoring the little things, start ignoring the little laws. In modern context, that's usually people spouting about traffic or whatever. But anyway, we can adapt that to this, where it's like, did you pick up the food yet? Nope, not yet. Now, that is a little white lie. Ultimately, that particular one doesn't really matter, but it's the precedent. Kara is willing to lie to Barbara. That could lead to bad places, right? Of course, it brings up the question, has Kara been lying this whole time? You know? So, something to think about. Continuing on. Are you going to be here on time? Kara asked cautiously. Yep, just got off the phone with my supervisor and I'm taxiing over there now. Half an hour away. All right. Dick and the rest of us are probably going to have started by then, Kara said. So you can just call me on comms when you get here, okay? Of course. I wouldn't want to miss out on the action. All right, here we have a repeated idea of Barbara either lying to herself or having come... let's not show that. Of Barbara either lying to herself or coming to accept her new position unusually quickly. Except you are missing out on it. From now until the end of time. Kara blinked away a few tears at the thought of never fighting alongside her girlfriend again. We wouldn't want that, she said instead. The Bat computer beeped as the analysis finished, and Kara got a location on the far side of town. Babs, the computer just finished and Dick is calling, so I need to go, Kara said. This also needs to be part of that other paragraph. Because she spoke here, and then in the next paragraph she spoke again, which is technically incorrect. Sure, but where is it? Kara sensed some hesitation in her voice. Sorry, he's calling. Bye! She hastily hung up the phone, and right on cue, she got another call. Taking a deep breath, Kara set her phone down and let it ring. She eyed the earpiece that was waiting for her and pointedly ignored it. Drink time. Within a few seconds, she was soaring to the location pointed to on the back computer. It was time. It was here. Supergirl's revenge. Again. Supergirl versus Kara. Her blood started to boil, her anger and despair and helplessness all returning in an instant to fuel her bloodlust. For a moment, Kara felt alive again. She had a target for the first time in years. Commented. After hints, the first explicit explanation for Kara's depression. Now, that's misleading. That was for Cliff Notes purposes, so I'll explain further later. Trained as a killer, but she'd had no one to kill. We'll come back to that as soon as we finish the action scene. She landed with a crash and immediately ripped open the door to the abandoned warehouse, surprising its occupants. Manchester Black, Coldcast, and Menagerie were all there. The hell? The hell? What? You want another beat? I can't do a British accent, dude. The hell? What? You want another beating, lass? God. Chester questioned. Kara remained silent, stepping calmly inside. What? You gone deaf? God, so bad. I've got her, Coldcast said as he built up electricity in his hand and shot it out at her. As it hit her, Kara just kept walking forward, unfazed even as it burned her. If nothing else, Darkseid taught her how to handle pain. She stopped when she was only about 10 human paces away from the three. You hurt someone I love, Black. I'm here for payment. As if that's how your type handles things, love, he said, lifting her up telekinetically. In response, Kara let loose a blast of her heat vision which vaporized his arm at the shoulder. Gah! He cried, stumbling backwards and finally showing his fear. That's not what heroes do! That was your first mistake, then. Kara continued forward. I'm no hero. I'm a weapon. She burst forward and appeared behind Coldcast in an instant. He whirled around, only to be blasted away with a punch. The arm that had been in the way of a chest shot was horribly snapped, and bone protruded from his clothes when he landed. Kill her! Black called. Shoot her! Sorry. Menagerie let loose her grubby sim beasts. Kara casually used her cold breath and froze not only her grubs but Menagerie as well. She'd die of frostbite within a few minutes. What the hell is wrong with you? Black scrambled to his feet, trying to enter her mind once again, but her rage only made her mental barrier stronger. Ooh, cool, I get to read a speech. I was taught by the greatest warriors on the planet in Themyscira. I was subjected to months of hellish torture and training at the hands of Darkseid and his Furies. No matter how many times the people around me run, or fall, or die, I'm always the one left standing. And you get it into your little head that you've got my number? You're just a pathetic little human that can trick old ladies into giving you their money. Kara grabbed him by the throat and lifted them both up into the air. She heard Coldcast approach from behind, but she kicked him away despite his overcharge. I am a goddess of death, and you incurred my wrath when you snapped my friend's spine. You? He choked out. I what? I can't do this. I don't have the will to make garbage like you suffer exactly how you deserve to. Kara chuckled, feeling his attempts to mind control her growing more violent and desperate. It was starting to annoy her. Watch me, she said, raising her other hand and giving Black's head a flick. A dent was made in his skull. He was still aware, but it would take his powers out of commission for a while. You made my friend unable to walk. Want to share? She looked down and used her heat vision to saw Black in half by the waist. How about the ability to use your arm? She ripped off his remaining arm with a gentle little tug, getting blood all over her hand. How does it feel, Black, to be powerless, to be the one suffering? You took her life from her. If I wasn't a better girl, I wouldn't kill you tonight. You're lucky I'm feeling merciful. With a squeeze of her fists, Black's head burst off his shoulders, coating Kara in his filthy blood. She let what was left of his body fall to the ground, and turned to the other members of the elite. Coldcast had just freed Menagerie, and both were running away. Kara readied her heat vision, and they didn't make it another 10 feet before there was nothing left of them but ash. She then burped. No, I'm kidding. The warehouse was on fire from her reckless use of heat vision, but she didn't particularly care. She'd done what she came here to do. All right, so that was a scene. So first off, we have some TV trope shit. I was talking, you could see it. This almost sounds like a no more holding back speech before quickly devolving into a heroic healization speech. So go to TV tropes. I'm not going to do it here because I want to keep this a bit focused. If you want to read more about those. But basically, no more holding back is, if you've watched Justice League Unlimited, when Superman has his whole world of cardboard speech, that's a no more holding back speech. Whereas heroic realization is the speech that the hero makes when they turn to the dark side, to put it bluntly. Or when they acknowledge that they've always been on the dark side, in this case. Had to make sure I didn't drop my drink. And my butt is sore. So, mindset for writing this scene how I did. Yes, it is dark. Yes, it is out of character for Kara as the comics know her. But I felt it was necessary to go as dark as possible. Well, okay, this dark. This is not nearly as dark as possible. Like, she could have, like, broken each individual finger or, some Higurashi level shit. But, I wanted to make it this dark, and I wanted to make her this resolute in doing so, primarily as a juxtaposition against the sappiness of chapter 2, right? And as well to further reinforce the mindset that Kara is in. I don't remember if I talked about this, but for a moment Kara felt alive again. She had a target for the first time in years, right? Oh, I said I was going to explain more after the action scene. So let's think about her past here. She escaped Krypton from Brainiac, and then she was kidnapped by Darkseid and tortured, and underwent mind wiping and mind control into becoming a Fury, into becoming like the perfect soldier, right? Well, how do you think she recovers from that? To me, the biggest problem with any Supergirl story that uses that past, i.e., the one from the Superman, Batman comics run and Apocalypse, is that she wouldn't have recovered that quickly, right? Or if she had, it would have been fake. The trauma would have resurfaced, right? Now maybe this happens in the comics. I didn't read them, but in this particular canon, the entire point of Kara's character is that she has been putting on a mask. She has been putting on the Supergirl persona, and this whole story is about that mask, that facade being peeled away layer by layer until she's nothing, until she's back to self-loathing, to suicide, to all this stuff. And we'll get into that in chapter 4. And this was kind of, if Barbara getting killing joked wasn't the turning point, then this definitely was. This was the point of no return. Kara made a choice. She was going to go kill these guys, even though it goes against her principles. And now she's gonna suffer for it. She felt alive for the first time in years. She was a trained soldier, um, and part of her depression was most likely, if you read between the lines, was most likely because of lingering effects of Darkseid's control. How Darkseid trained her to be a ruthless killer. Well, ruthless killers, one interpretation of them in media, in fiction, is that they're not happy unless they're killing, unless they're causing pain, unless they're maiming. And in this case, it's what Kara's feeling. But then her conscience takes over, and we'll see that here. Kara had killed the people that hurt Barbara, just like she wanted. It was done. She could go back to the way they were before. Or sorry, things could go back to the way they were before. Kara could be happy again, right? Excuse me. Soda goes through me, guys. So why? Why does she feel this emptiness within her? Vengeance feels empty. These hands have killed. Those are both TV tropes things if you want to go look, but I'm not going to talk about TV tropes anymore. Kara landed and waited for the satisfaction she'd been craving for a whole month now. She deserved satisfaction. These people killed who knows how many people, were causing thousands more lives to worsen with their illegal arms dealing, and had crippled Kara's girlfriend just because they felt like it. They deserved everything that she did to them. But Kara felt nothing from having done it. Her rage was gone, burned away along with the elite's bodies. Her happiness, had it ever been real? Or had it all been one big facade? All that Kara had left was one desire. Kara wanted to die. She was back where she began, and upon realizing that, she started walking forward in a haze. She didn't remember flying back to the cave. She didn't remember standing in that elevator, dripping blood from her fingertips. She didn't remember walking down the steps to the shocked faces of Barbara and the team. The first thing she remembered after that was Dick yelling in her face. "What did you do?" he questioned through gritted teeth. Kara wasn't even looking at him. He suddenly grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her violently. "What did you do?" "Kara." Cassie brought a hand to her mouth. The others were doing the same, or looking away, or merely staring at her in horror. Kara moved to Barbara and fell to her knees in front of her, looking down at her hands. Finally, tears fell. She'd done it. She'd done exactly what she said she was going to do. Kara Zor-El. No. Supergirl killed. For the first time in her career, she was unable to forgive. For this first time in her career, Supergirl felt alive, only for it to all only for it all to disappear as soon as the act was done, leaving behind that hollow, broken girl that was sent to Earth by her parents. Then Kara took Barbara's hands as gently and warmly as she'd ever done. Kara looked up at her, feeling numb save for her sadness. Barbara was smiling at her. Smiling because she knew. Dick marched up to them, but Kara wasn't listening. Leave. For a moment, Barbara's face became hard again. We need to discuss. Leave! Barbara yelled, casting a fierce glare to the man. There was a tense moment where no one spoke. Then Dick relented. We need to go investigate the scene, he said to the others. Within a few minutes, they were gone. The two didn't talk. They just sat there. Kara buried her face into Barbara's limp legs and cried. She cried until she fell asleep, and Barbara never let go of her. Smiling because she knew many ways to show devotion and understanding between characters. This is another... So I knew that this was going to get dark. I knew that the relationship was going to be strained, but I still needed to convey how close Kara and Barbara were and just the extent of their relationship. Smiling because she knew, right? What does that mean? Well, the obvious. Barbara knows what Kara's going through. Like, she doesn't know the specifics of why, she doesn't know the minutia, but Barbara is a perceptive individual. She has seen the transformation that Kara has undergone, right? She's seen the downward spiral, and even then, she had the kind of devotion to where she would stick by Kara even after she, after she abandoned her principles, right? So that was my way of keeping the relationship alive. Though we'll see in chapter 4 that it immediately deteriorates. So yeah, that's chapter 3. I'm just going to move straight on to chapter 4. We'll discuss more at the end of it. That is all down. Oh god, this chapter is 23 pages long. Fuck. How many words? 9,000? Fuck. 2.5 weeks before Brainiac's invasion. Oh, and I got kind of lazy with the comments here. You won't be seeing as many. All right. He'd been calling her for days. Not on the phone. Kara stopped taking that with her. She could still hear him, hovering above National City whenever he wasn't needed in Metropolis. Excuse me. He never called her any more forcefully than simply saying her name in his usual patient tone. He would wait for her, however long it took. It took Kara a week and a half. She flew up above the clouds, and there he was, right where she'd heard him stop. In his usual red and blue suit, he sat with milkshakes in hand. How many had he gotten her, only to throw them away when she was too much of a coward to face him? Cousin, Kara nodded to him. You wanted to talk to me? I actually thought that you might be the one who wanted to talk, he said. I figured you might need it after what happened. Nothing happened, cousin. I'm fine. Barbara's been calling you, Kal-El returned. Why don't you return her calls at least? She cries sometimes when you don't answer. She worries about you. So, as I said, relationship immediately deteriorates. Kara has completely abandoned, has all but abandoned Barbara at this point. She is completely isolated herself from her lifelines, her friends, and her allies. All right, ... Kara hovered over to him and took a cross-legged position. When he offered the milkshake, she refused to take it. I know you may not believe me, Kara, but I've felt what you're going through. When Pa had that heart attack and I had to watch him die and knew I couldn't do anything to stop it, it was like my brain just shut down all of its emotional functions. I barely ate, I barely slept. I just had this nagging in the back of my head that I had to do something, as if there was anything I could do for him. It wasn't until I moved to Metropolis and met my friends at the Daily Planet did those feelings start to go away. And I think you've been here before too. You've battled with these feelings before and you overcame them. You could have overcome them this time, but you didn't rely on your lifeline. Barbara was there. She saw how sad and angry you were and she wanted to help, but you didn't let her. I just want to know why. Why this time? What's changed? Nothing's changed, Kara said. You know that's not true, he said calmly, forcing her to meet his eyes with his presence alone. Kara, you can trust me. But can you trust me, cousin? She returned. I just killed 3 people in cold blood. I I tortured one of them before I killed him. Manchester Black was a sadistic psychopath. That's never mattered to you, Kara returned, quickly losing what little control she had over her bitterness. It never mattered to me before... Her voice caught. Before... Kara blinked away a few tears. She had been crying way too much lately. Sorry, she'd been crying way too much lately. Try not to be too quiet here. He hurt her, Cal. He hurt her, and he enjoyed it. Seeing someone I love get hurt like that was too much. I... She shook her head. That was just the excuse she needed. Kara had wanted to kill him from minute 1. It was just a matter of Supergirl agreeing. Note here, now Kara and Supergirl are referred to as 2 completely separate entities explicitly. This is the first time that's happened, and it's another way that we have pacing or whatever you want to call it to show Kara's deteriorating mental state. You want to know what's changed? Fine. I hate myself. It's so... there needs to be an I. That looks awful. It's so hard every day to be the way that I am, but it hurts just as much to try and change. To put on that fake happy-go-lucky smile for everyone. And when I killed Black, I finally felt real, Cal. I felt alive again. Do you have any idea how long it's been since I felt that way? It's been since Darkseid, Kal-El finished. Kara looked away, but didn't dispute it. You lost control. You broke your rule, our rule. You killed, not out of necessity, but out of anger. Kara brushed her hair from her face. I guess I really haven't changed from when I was a Fury. I don't feel good about myself unless I have a target to hunt. No, Kara. Kal-El put a firm hand on her shoulder. Don't say that. Don't even think it. You've improved more than anyone ever thought possible. You were able to achieve happiness. No, Cal. Kara pulled away from him. I haven't. I haven't improved, and I was never happy. I don't even know what that feels like anymore. Comment. Declarations made by people in this kind of mental state are often exaggerated. There's a note for you. That's not true. I've seen you, Kara. I've been with you for years now. I know it may not seem like it right now, but I could tell that you were happy here, with Ma Kent, with your friends at Catco, and with Barbara. You know, Kara snapped. Excuse me. When will you get it through your head that you haven't known me for a single minute since we met? Kal-El went quiet for a time, letting the words linger and make Kara feel even worse for saying them. That's an interesting sentence. I'm actually not sure whether make should be making. So is make attached to linger? So letting the words linger and make, right? So the words are lingering and they are making Kara feel like that, right? Or is it attached to letting? So it would be letting the words linger and making Kara feel even worse for saying them. So 2 separate thoughts. So like a comma here, right? I don't know. That's something that I'm not too sure about. All right, continuing on. Kal-El didn't deserve to be yelled at. He was trying to help her, but she didn't deserve it. He just needed to go away and let her deal with it. I'm sorry. It was presumptuous of me, he said somberly. I didn't want it to go this way, but I didn't just come here to talk to you about what happened. The Justice League is going off-world for a while. A year, maybe more. Connor can cover for me in Metropolis, but I wanted to make sure you'll be all right here in National City. So, he was going away. Good. Maybe by the time he got back, Kara would be gone, and he wouldn't have to deal with her anymore. Good luck, then, was all she said, before flying away from him. Kal-El didn't try and pursue her. Maybe he was finally understanding that she wasn't worthy of any of his praise or his kindness. All right, let's go back up and look at these notes. All right, so first, the one that I didn't do is this line is a reference to a song. If you know me, you know that I attach songs to everything that I write. It's a habit. It's a problem. Need a drink. But in this particular one, the song that I have in mind is Down to Nothing by something. I don't remember the group. It was in Justice League versus Teen Titans. Basically, that is Kara in this thing. Just listen to the song and it'll make sense. It's so tasty, dude. Wish you could have soda every day, but it's so unhealthy for you. And my back is starting to hurt again. That's wonderful. All right. So I don't feel good about myself unless I have a target to hunt. So I have my note here. I'm not going to comment too much on this. This is just kind of a thing in terms of interpretation that you could have taken if you, depending on how you want to view each scene, whether each one is metaphorical or, whatever. So I have here, entire conversation could be taken as a battle between Kara's dueling halves. Kara herself is self-depreciating and hopeless. Superman, aka Kara's good half, is trying to convince her otherwise. So, that is a interesting lens to look at this conversation through, and it could work, and especially because Superman is such a similar character to Kara. But anyway, moving on. 4 days before Brainiac's invasion. My itches. Danvers. Well, fucking OBS decided to crap out on me. So I got really annoyed. I lost like 20 minutes of my night, and now it's like 2 nights later because I got fucking wasted yesterday. Because it was time to watch Killing Joke. But we're back. And no, I didn't actually get wasted. That was a figure of speech. I just had like a glass of wine. Leave me alone. Now, where it cut out was approximately around this, right? Right? I'm too lazy to go back. We're starting here. 4 days before Brainiac's invasion. Danvers! Cat Grant snapped as she slammed a hand on Kara's desk along with the most recent piece she'd submitted. I wanted that article yesterday, and you give me this crap today? Sorry. Kara could barely muster the energy to look at her. A lot on my mind lately. Cat scrunched up her nose. What's with you lately? You only come in half the time, and now you smell like a sewer. Believe me, I would know. I've been in dozens. Been busy, Kara said, eyes going back to glazing over her computer screen. Fine. Be that way. Just don't be surprised when you're given your walking papers soon, Cat huffed and stalked away. Wynn, sitting across from Kara, gave his usual spiel about how she shouldn't believe what Cat says, and Kara gave the usual response of, "Oh, I know, don't worry," along with her best smile. Within the hour, the loudspeaker came on, which almost never happened from all of Kara's time working there. The voice was all too familiar. Sorry to bother you, but would a Miss Kara Danvers come to room 1231? Kara Danvers to 1231, Barbara said in a stereotypical secretary's voice. Kara's co-workers gave her strange looks, but she only sighed and shuffled to the location. It was a conference room, but it was unoccupied at the moment. It was also one of the older ones, so it didn't have a camera in it, meaning they could talk freely. Barbara was all smiles when Kara saw her. Finally, she exclaimed. I thought you were going to ignore me for a second. You mean again? Kara thought. What do you want, Barbara? Sorry, let me do that again. What do you want, Barbara? The redhead's happy face vanished in an instant at the harsh tone. All right. Oh, comment. I forgot. We're doing comments. This is the first time Kara calls her Barbara and not Babs. So another little small thing that we can do to indicate tone and mental state. Hey, Sunshine, what's wrong? You haven't been home in a while. I only ever hear you come in like once a week to shower at 2 in the morning, and then you leave without even talking to me. Is is it something I did? So we have a comment here. Barbara knows that Kara isn't in a good state of mind, and so pointedly doesn't blame her for her neglect. Let's remind ourselves of chapter 1 of prologue, where we have Barbara all too eager to blame Batman and to bitch about him, right? But now, as she's faced with similar um, emotional troubles of feeling neglected, feeling unloved. That's not the right word, but it's the one we're going with. Now, faced with it with someone she really really cares about, notice how Barbara is very eager. Not very eager. God, I can't even think right now. I'm so tired. Um, my mind is so blanking, dude. Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible content. Um, right. So notice how Barbara is quick to point blame at herself, even though she's a perceptive individual, so she probably definitely knows that it's not actually her fault, but she doesn't want to put the blame onto Kara, even though she deserves it for neglecting the relationship, because she knows that would drive her further away, right? All right, continuing on. I'm gonna try to wake up here. No, Barbara, I just don't want to be with you anymore, Kara said, almost robotically. The paralyzed woman set her jaw, growing redder in the face with each word Kara uttered. You were only ever a distraction anyway. You took up a lot of time, especially lately, and kept me from the more important things like protecting the city. All right, we're still recording. Wonderful. I'm going to be checking that thing like every 5 minutes. So just from now on, so just be prepared for that. Barbara shifted her hands to land on the armrests, leaning forward to get closer to the Kryptonian. Okay, well, this is news to me. Kara could see Barbara's knuckles turn white from how hard she was gripping her wheelchair's arm. Well, let me ask you another question. Do you think I'm an idiot? You took up a lot of time. Get out of here with that. The Supergirl hasn't been seen in days. Now, are you going to tell me the real reason you've been avoiding me, or am I just wasting my time here? Kara blinked. You're wasting your time. You always have being with me, she said, turning around. Hey, we're not done talking. Barbara reached forward and latched onto Kara's wrist. I didn't hold you when you were covered in blood so that you could. She caught herself, eyeing the door in case anyone was listening in too closely. She continued, softer. I held you for how long after you killed those guys? I held you for how long when you cried and cried at my bedside? Are you going to try and convince me that you aren't a total mess right now and that you don't need help? No, Kara said. But you can't help me. Never could, never will. You don't know that, Kara. Give me a chance. I gave you 6 months, she said coldly, still facing away. At that, Barbara let go. Forget about me. It's better for everyone when they do. Note here, common symptom of depression, an irrational belief that others would be better off without them. Just a note, another way that we can reinforce things. Kara, what's gotten into you? Barbara asked quietly, too low for a human to have heard. God, fucking fan. Fine. If you don't want to be together anymore, then I can't stop you, she said. Kara felt tears threaten to fall. This was it. Hey, that's almost like a motif or something. The moment she'd been dreading. Kara heard Barbara start wheeling toward the door. I'll move back to Gotham within the week and leave my key on the counter. You can decide what to do with all our pictures, even though you apparently never cared about ever taking them. Wait! Kara said completely against her will. Barbara stopped. When Kara worked up the courage to face her, tears staining her cheeks, Barbara was giving her the most venomous look that she'd ever seen on her. It's me. I'm the problem. I don't deserve you. I never deserved you. Barbara considered the words for a brief moment. Kara wanted to beg her to come back and fix her. She wanted to snuggle up with her and watch stupid rom-coms again. She wanted to bicker over fast food and over how much of a mess Barbara made in the apartment. Kara wanted to be with Barbara. But people like Kara didn't get to be with people like Barbara. People like Kara only deserve to wallow in despair. # more self-loathing. That was my decision to make, you idiot, Barbara said bitterly, before wheeling out of the room and leaving Kara to fall to her knees and wallow, just like she was supposed to. I'm just going to keep going. We'll talk about most of this stuff at the end. Although I will have something to say about this upcoming scene. The day of Brainiac's invasion. The news came suddenly. Kara was in her boss's office getting a lecture about her attitude and lack of results, and she was told she'd get 1 more week to turn things around, or she would be let go. After she was told of this, Wynne barged into the room. Sorry, boss, but this is huge, she said, snatching the remote to the TV on the wall and going to the national news. Kara's eyes widened. All heat drained from her body. Her voice caught in her throat, and she would swear that her heart stopped. Satellite images were plastered across the screen, showing what looked like a giant mechanical head floating in the sky. Kara had seen it before. Brainiac had arrived. The screen then shifted to show rough footage of a battle taking place in Metropolis. Connor, posing as Superman, was locked in combat with one of Brainiac's drones. He was holding his own. Just one drone wasn't all that threatening to even a half Kryptonian, but Kara knew from experience that destroying it would only make the situation worse. She heard Cat Grant rant to her about something, but the words were just a garbled mess of sounds in her ears. Kara ignored her and Wynne, who was also trying to get her attention, and took off running. She had to get away from here. She had to leave, go off-world, do something. Brainiac had found her, and now she was going to die. The Justice League was gone. Kal-El was gone, and Kara, she wasn't ready. She wasn't strong enough to stop this. No one could stop this. Kara made it into the street and went into an alleyway where she shed her civilian clothes and launched into the air, hoping to get away, far away from. That should be as. I just read this like 2 days ago and I didn't catch that, so it never hurts to do another reread. Where she shed her civilian clothes and launched into the air, hoping to get as far away from a populated zone as possible. She'd go to the Fortress of Solitude. She could go to Atlantis or Themyscira. She would even take Apocalypse over being on Earth in that moment. Kara barely made it into the sky before she was attacked. A drone slammed into her from behind, sending her careening down into the street and carving into the concrete. She hefted herself to her feet, instincts taking over just long enough to avoid the follow-up slam. Kara flew away, and the drone pursued, shooting green energy blasts that Kara would bet had at least a small element of kryptonite powering it. She avoided it for a time, but as her panic set in, she grew sloppier. Eventually, the blast... #typos. Eventually, the blast hit her, and she fell once again. She landed in the park, creating a small crater where she landed. I'm going to change that. I don't like that. Uses landed too quickly. All right, I'm going to use crashed. # checking OBS. Still recording audio? Wonderful. She landed in the park, creating a small crater where she crashed. It was made even bigger when the drone landed on her. She barely felt anything but the fear of seeing that... That's the wrong intonation. She barely felt anything but the fear of seeing that face again. It was the face that took her home and everyone dear to her. It was the face of death. Supergirl shot at a blast of heat vision. Again, notice Supergirl versus Kara, shooting the drone off of her. Kara scrambled to her feet and shot another blast, though the drone avoided this one. She kept firing, scorching the earth and burning down trees, but she couldn't hit it. She was too slow. She was too weak. She stopped using her heat vision when the drone drew close. It launched a fist into her face, but it didn't hurt. In retaliation, Kara plunged a hand into the robot's chest, lifted it up, and slammed it down into the ground. With it pinned, she screamed and shot off her heat vision again, losing herself in her rage. When she stopped, a charred hole that Kara couldn't see the bottom of. Typo. Again, edit. A charred hole that Kara couldn't see the bottom of was beneath her, roughly 4 feet in diameter. Taking several ragged breaths, Kara looked around. The people that had been there were fleeing, and those that looked at her only displayed terror. Shaking, Kara landed. She couldn't fly away. Brainiac was up there watching the skies. Excuse me. He was looking for Kryptonians, or at least sending drones to populated areas to look for them. Sorry, I'm very tired. All she could hope to do was hide. All she could hope to do was let the others handle things. All she could hope to do was wait until Brainiac decided to destroy the Earth, just like he did with Krypton. Shaking, Kara lowered herself to the ground, curled up into a ball, and buried her face in her knees to wait out her last few days to live. So that whole scene, fun fact, I only actually wrote when I was going back and making all my comments, right before I started recording this. Now, it seems obvious. Excuse me, I'm sure the mic just peaked there. But I know it seems obvious, like, oh, you have this time scale of before Brainiac's invasion. Right here, we have 2 days after Brainiac's invasion. It only makes sense to have a scene depicting Kara's reaction to Brainiac's invasion. But I didn't have that originally. How it was born was, spoilers for this next scene, is that Barbara is going to find Kara essentially where she like in the park, right? Where she just fought, and is going to recruit her into a plan to destroy Brainiac's ship along with a bunch of other heroes. And there's going to be like a good talk between them and, all this stuff. But it came directly off of this above scene where they break up. And I was reading it back and I was just thinking to myself, man, that just does not flow well to have a breakup scene followed immediately by a soft reconciliation, even though it's not a complete reconciliation. That happens at the very end. But, it just didn't flow well to me. And I thought about it. And then finally, as I was reading back, I realized, it was only after I was reading it back that I realized that I didn't actually write a scene of Brainiac's invasion. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I took an hour and I wrote it, and then I read it back and I'm like, oh, this flows a lot better now. Neat. And I moved on with my life. So it just kind of goes to show that sometimes you need to take, this was like several days after I initially wrote it, right? And I was reading it off and on throughout those several days, but it just goes to show that you need to take a small step back sometimes before you can figure out the problem, or before you can figure out a solution to this problem that you see. And never be afraid to take a couple days off from a project to kind of stew in it, especially after you're getting done writing like a major arc, or getting done just like writing a bit, even just like writing a singular scene. And you read it back and you're like, this isn't going exactly the way I planned. Just like step away from it. If you want, move on. And then when you feel ready, when you feel like you've gained enough personal distance from the scene, go back to it and try and work it out. That's the best advice I can give for things that, aren't quite working. And sometimes it's a relatively simple fix, like I just need to add a scene here. And sometimes it's as simple as changing a few lines of dialogue, but other times, it takes more drastic measures. Like, I'm thinking, okay, so I'm writing a fantasy series that I'm not going to tell you the title of or what it's about, but basically I got an entire draft in, and I thought it was really good when I wrote it. And I was reading it back, and it's still, okay, but there was just something off about it. And the solution ended up being, or is ending up being that, well, the power system isn't very clearly defined, and that's causing a lot of the action to feel limp and kind of aimless. So that's not an easy fix. That would require me to go back and go through every single action scene and go back to my explanation of the power system, my various explanations of the power system, and alter things. And it would have just been a huge hassle. And besides, I've wanted to change a few more things even other than that as I was reading it back. So my drastic decision was I have like 134,000 word draft. Time to start over. So sometimes you need a more drastic solution. So and deciding whether like which one you need comes from experience, comes from how much work you're willing to put. Okay, let's use a metaphor. So let's say you have a car and then you have it for like 6 years, 8 years, 10, however long you would consider having a car for a long time to be, depending on your circumstance. And as you drive it, you just find more and more problems with it. And you go to this guy and you go to this mechanic and he's like, oh, it's this amount of money to fix it. Right. And you're like, okay, how much am I really willing to spend on this car before I just kind of sell it and buy another one? You know what I mean? It's that kind of thing where you have to weigh out the pros and cons of, okay, do I want to keep what's here? Do I want to just kind of use the knowledge I've accumulated from writing it to make a better draft altogether? It's that kind of thing. But that's kind of neither here nor there with this story. So I'll just continue on. And from here, this is pretty much going to be one big scene taking up the rest of the chapter, a whole like 17 pages. So I'm going to just kind of read it all through, and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to talk about certain things. Okay? Okay. Because this is the final action sequence. 2 days after Brainiac's invasion. Brainiac's invasion was in full swing by now. I'm going to check. Okay. Was in full swing by now. His initial attacks of sending one drone to every populated city ended with them systematically being destroyed by that city's resident hero, though some had more difficulty than others. His main focus had been Metropolis. He likely assumed that Kal-El was there since Connor looked so much like him. Connor fought well for being a half-Kryptonian, but his efforts were ultimately in vain. So he could destroy the first drones. So what? When he felled that one, 2 more came from the thing in the sky. When they were destroyed, 4 more came, and so on until Connor had to retreat, having bought enough time for the city to be evacuated. From there, Brainiac invaded the rest of the world in full force, sending armies instead of single units, and every remaining hero banded together to fight off the legion of androids. A scant few cities were lost as there just wasn't enough heroes. I believe that should be weren't. There just weren't enough heroes. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. It depends on if weren't is attached to heroes plural, or wasn't, or wasn't would be a scant few cities were lost. I don't know. I guess it is weren't. Never mind. All right, a scant few cities were lost as there just weren't enough heroes, but many were more or less stabilized through coordinated efforts and figuring out that the invaders could only have so many units active at once, so they stopped multiplying after a time. Leading the charge in his mentor's stead was Nightwing, who coordinated all of Earth's heroes from the Justice League's watchtower. They had things under control. Maybe it would be different this time. Yeah, right. Kara wasn't so delusional that she thought the Earth wouldn't meet the same fate as Krypton. Brainiac only wanted one thing, knowledge, and when he found out that Earth didn't have anything he didn't already know, he would destroy the planet in one fell swoop. It was only a matter of time, so why bother trying to stop it? Kara sat in National City's park, curled up in a ball under a tree. A pond was to her left, and the park's running path ran along her right. No park goers were there today, and much of the landscape was scarred from the earlier fighting. Just because I have a comment here and it's not going to take that long. That's another callback to chapter 1 where we have down here. No, it's higher than this. Yeah, okay. Right here. Under the shade of the tree, upon us to the left, partial. Anyway, I mentioned this back in chapter 1, where it was, I believe I mentioned it anyway. It's been several days, but um, I did mention that one of the better ways to tell an audience that you're at a previous location is to have um, a description that is pointed out, essentially, right? So soon the two are resting in. I could have just said resting in the park, right? But instead, I added under the shade of the tree upon which to their left. Remember, to the left, park training path along to their right. So that creates a kind of mental image that the audience will remember. So then we go to chapter 4. Under a tree, pond was to her left, wandering path to her right. Right. So it tells us, without directly saying so, that Kara is in the same spot that she and Barbara first got together. All right, moving on. Just like Krypton, Kara did whatever she could to be as small as possible. She didn't want to see any more people dying. She didn't want to watch this world's beauty die. She just wanted to. She wanted to. She wanted to just rip. She wanted to just rip her eyes out and be done with it, left to darkness until the end inevitably came. She wanted it all to end for a while anyway. God, really? You're here, of all places? Kara shifted her head to look up. Barbara sat in her chair about 5 paces away, wearing her hardened face. Kara shifted back down so she didn't have to look. Why aren't you fighting against Brainiac with the others? With Superman gone, you're the strongest hero Earth has. Go away, Kara begged, squeezing herself tighter. Not happening, Barbara rolled closer. Look, I don't know what the hell's been wrong with you lately, and right now I don't care. You're going to get your ass up and go fight, because if you don't, then a lot of people are going to die. They're dead anyway. Brainiac can destroy Earth anytime he wants. I can't beat him. No, this is where you stop pitying yourself, Barbara snapped. Now listen, Dick and I think we've figured out how to stop the invasion. That giant headship in the sky is holding the original Brainiac somewhere inside, and each of the little bots is powered by the ship. We think that the bots work like a hive mind, where if we take out the original, the others will all shut down, but we don't have the firepower to make any plan work. That's why we need you. Now come on, the others are waiting, Barbara urged, grabbing Kara by the wrist and tugging. Kara didn't move. Well? The Kryptonian could only shake her head. Please leave me alone. I just want to be left alone, to be forgotten, to die. Well, you're failing at one of those already, Barbara said matter-of-factly. Kara stirred, moving just enough to see her. If you think I'm going to just forget you that easily, you've got another thing coming. She buried her head into her knees again, drawing a sigh from Barbara. With some effort, she lowered herself down to the ground and then next to Kara. With some gentle prodding, she even got Kara to let her have a hand, though only because her touch was the one thing that Kara still wanted. I bet you thought you hid this side of you really well since I never brought it up, huh? Well, I did notice it. In all the moments that you thought I wasn't paying attention, you would get this distant look in your eye. You would stare at your hands in horror, like you were terrified of what you might do with them, and you would look at yourself in the mirror and think, is this a life worth living? Kara finished, finally raising her head just a little bit as Barbara traced the lines on Kara's hand and then ran a finger over the tiny little scars on her knuckles. That's actually another callback to chapter 1, by the way. I figured you would tell me when you were ready, Barbara said. I thought that the smiling and the giggling and the fun we had was real. Part of me still does, or at least wants to. But even then, there was always that prick in the back of my head that you were hiding something big from me, and I think I've finally figured it out. You have this irrational sense of self-loathing, like everything that goes wrong in the universe is your fault. And that's just not true, Kara. Sometimes you just have to blame the villain for committing the crime instead of yourself for not being able to stop it. Kara finally let herself really look at Barbara again. The redhead wasn't staring directly at her, just at their connected hands. but Kara thought she saw love and warmth in them, even when that bitter resentment had been stained into her mind from their previous encounter. That should be a separate paragraph. Always go back and edit. I don't know if there's a way back for you. I don't know how far gone you are since you won't tell me, but if you can, a good first step would be to look up in the sky and see a really big villain that's about to commit a lot of crimes. You can try and stop him, or you can sit here and keep hating yourself for not even trying. Kara took her other arm and wiped away any lingering tears. By now, Barbara had raised her gaze and was staring at Kara expectantly. Kara let herself loosen just a bit, feeling some of the pressure on her chest recede. A small bit of it. Maybe. I'll try, she said quietly. For the first time in a long while, Barbara smiled at her, genuinely and without trying to force it. Kara slowly got to her feet and helped Barbara back into her chair before flying them to where Barbara said, the National City Cave, where dozens of heroes were waiting. The team was there, including Nightwing, though they all avoided looking at Kara. The Teen Titans were also present, meaning Raven, Beast Boy, Red Robin, Solstice, Blue Beetle, and their leader in Starfire. I've got her, Barbara called to the large group, pressing a button on her chair which let it float slightly above the stairs to go down them. Plans a go. Good to hear, Dick said, going into the back computer. All right, people, gather round. Kara stayed to the back of the group so that they wouldn't look at her, holding herself closely by latching onto her elbow. Barbara rolled up beside her and put a hand on her back to calm her, which helped a little bit. Reports say that Brainiac's ship is going to descend on National City again in approximately 2 hours. In that time, we need to get as many people out of the city as possible. From there, our main priority is getting inside that ship. We haven't been successful so far, but we also haven't had as many of us trying at once so far. Dick brought up a high-resolution image of Brainiac's ship, which was shaped like his head. God, could he be any more egotistical? Red Robin questioned. Brainiac isn't it, Kara said from behind him. Almost at once, the crowd's eyes snapped to her, judging her. Dick regarded her. Kara, did you have something to add? No, Kara's dealt with Brainiac before, Barbara said, though Kara had never outright said that. Maybe she just put two and two together. She urged Kara a bit forward. Anything you can tell us? It uses drones that it controls from its ship, Kara said, though knew that they already figured that out. It wanders the universe searching for knowledge and eradicating beings that threaten it. It attacked Krypton for both of those things. Do you think it came to finish the job he started before? Beast Boy asked. Taking out the rest of the Kryptonians? Kara nodded. It probably knew Earth didn't have any value to it, so that should be it. Do you know of any weakness it might have? Acid, short-circuiting, limited mental capacity? Dick questioned. Kara shook her head. Well, it was worth a shot. All right, focused in. They all looked to the monitor. From Connor's initial fight with it, we found that the weakest part of the structure is in the center of its... excuse me. All right, start over. From Connor's initial fight with it, we found that the weakest part of the structure is in the center of its eye, so we need to push as hard as we can to get to that. Brainiac has fought us the hardest when we tried to get there, but I don't think we're ready to give up just yet. What's the plan? The plan is to blow those drones to hell and back until we get access to the mothership, Dick said. Superboy, Miss Martian, Wonder Girl, Solstice, Beast Boy, Raven, Starfire, Blue Beetle, Supergirl, you're all responsible for finding a way inside that mothership. The rest of us are going to do whatever we can to keep the drone's attention on us. Barbara will be here coordinating everything via mind link, so stay aware. This invasion ends today, or we die trying. Got it? The others cheered their affirmative. Kara moved to Dick. I can't do a mind link thing, she said. Why not? Don't ask that, Barbara told him, handing Kara a comms unit. Don't worry about it, Kara. I'll keep you posted. And for those that don't know, in Young Justice, the mind link has to be consciously used. Like it's not just any person's thoughts that is in the mind link are constantly heard. They have to actually like think it into the mind link, if that makes sense, as if they're speaking. So that's why Barbara is able to, you know, talk to Kara via a comms link and still keep mind linking and be coherent, I suppose. Anyway, moving on. No one cares. She nodded, putting the link in her ear, and darted out of the cave before Dick could ask any more questions, as he typically did. Kara did her best to follow the lead of the other flyers. She'd grown sloppy these past few weeks. Making turns in the air was a little bit awkward, and stopping. That's a typo. And stopping kind of hurt to do suddenly since her body wasn't as used to it anymore. She really had to concentrate to use her heat vision properly, whether to let it out in a focused beam or in a wide spray. Or maybe Kara was still just sabotaging herself. Maybe she was as fit as ever, and she just didn't want to be as good, didn't want to be as powerful as she was. Maybe if she wasn't so strong, the others wouldn't look to her to be their linchpin. The evacuation effort went smoothly. From the first 2 days, there weren't really that many people still left in much of the city, but the group of superheroes didn't have any difficulty clearing the rest of them out, so they would be safe from harm. "How are you feeling, Supergirl?" Barbara said over the comm. "I'm not Supergirl. Supergirl wouldn't have been curled up in that park," Kara returned. "Kara, are we really doing this right now?" she heard on the other end. "Just don't talk to me," she said flatly. "Yeah, look where that lack of communication got us," Barbara returned. "I was actually going to suggest that we sit down and have a long talk after everything settles down." "I told you to forget about me," Kara said. "And I'll say in response that you need to get over yourself," Barbara said harshly. Kara paused in the air, glaring in the direction of the cave. Barbara paused, likely giving orders telepathically. I'm gonna do this. Barbara paused, likely giving orders telepathically, but Kara didn't need that kind of help. Her super hearing was enough to help her locate any stragglers. "Listen, Kara. I may not know your whole story. I don't know why you're acting like this, but that doesn't just erase the past 6 months or the past few years that we've been friends. I wouldn't be a very good girlfriend if I just got up and abandoned you when you obviously need someone to be by your side through this. I thought we agreed. I'm picking up life signs 3 buildings down to the south of your location." Barbara stopped her from questioning. With a huff, Kara followed the directions and quickly found the family. She scooped them into her arms despite their complaining and started flying to the pickup point where the government was waiting with transports to take them to nearby bunkers. She passed Cassie as she returned to the city, who shot her a wary glance before quickly looking away. "Kara, you read?" Barbara picked up again. "I don't need your help," Kara returned sharply. "I beg to differ." "I can find people on my own. Stop coddling me," she said through gritted teeth. "That's great. Now, I think it's well past time we talked about how you came to Earth. I never got the full story, and it might help me understand where you're coming from a bit better." Kara blinked. "Oh, that kind of help. She played me like she usually does," she thought, sighing. "Supergirl, do you copy?" Kara clicked her tongue and stopped in midair. She reached up, took the comm from her ear, and dropped it, now in a sufficiently bad mood. Kara Zor-El should not be trusted with bad moods. It usually didn't end well for whoever she punched. Soon, Brainiac arrived in National City and let loose its army of drones, which meant Kara once again had targets. Feeling her muscles burning with adrenaline, she launched herself into the biggest clump of them and began systematically tearing through their metal bodies. Brainiac's drones came in several shapes and sizes, from humanoid to more spider-like, to strange tentacled monstrosities of wire and metal plating. All of them shared the sickly green eyes of their creator, the sentient AI, Brainiac. Kara tore through a group of 3 that were flying to her using her heat vision. As a tentacle wrapped around her body to drag her from the sky, she grabbed it, crushed it, and yanked the robot it was attached to into her waiting fist. As was the standard for each one she destroyed, 2 more replaced it. To their knowledge, no other drones were deployed around the world, so Brainiac had all of his cards in National City. It would have been too much for even Kara, but luckily she wasn't alone in this fight. She saw Cassie use her she saw Cassie use her lasso on one of them to use it like a big hammer, bashing them out of the sky by the dozen. McGann was crushing them telekinetically, which Kara made sure to steer clear from thanks to her recent bad experiences with telepaths. Superboy was punching them into putty, and all of the other heroes were doing their parts both in the air and on the ground. But eventually, it still became too much. Young and inexperienced Cassie was the first to be blasted out of the sky by a group of drones, followed by Solstice and Beast Boy. Soon, only Connor and Kara were left flying and fighting. The others had all been downed and were struggling to rejoin them. A group of 40 drones opened fire on the two of them, and the two Kryptonians, in Connor's case half, launched themselves into the fray, weaving around and trying to get close. Connor was hit about halfway along, and from there more green blasts hit him and shot him down. Now with all of the focus on her, Kara had to work doubly hard to get close. She flew between the drone army, causing them to start blasting themselves as she swirled and flew within their ranks. She thought she was making some progress, but soon saw a group of 80 approaching from the mothership, all shooting their lasers. Kara was hit once, and then again, and then again, and again, until she finally felt the pain. She cried out and retreated. Her heat vision fired out and was met by the combined energy blasts of the army of drones, and hers was quickly overpowered. She fell from the sky like a flaming comet and crash-landed onto Main Street. No one came to help her, though both Dick and Connor moved nearer to her from their positions to cover her as she got up. There needs to be a her there. "This is getting us nowhere," Dick said. "We need to regroup." The others seemed to get the message telepathically, and Kara had to follow suit, even though all she wanted in that moment was to keep fighting. The heroes met up several hundred meters back from Brainiac's ship. Excuse me. Its drones appeared content to simply wait. Brainiac knew they'd just come to it. That needs to be an it. Brainiac knew they'd just come to it eventually anyway, which made it all too clear to Kara that that was one of the main things as I was writing is I kept saying his instead of it, because Brainiac isn't a his, it's an AI, right? It's a thing. Anyway. Brainiac knew they'd just come to it eventually, which made it all too clear to Kara that its main goal was to finish what it started on Krypton. You see? I made so many mistakes. Brainiac was there for her and Kal-El. Fighting Brainiac's army isn't going to stop him soon enough. I'm going to leave that one because that's a character saying it. Maybe he doesn't care. We need to redouble our efforts in getting into the mothership. I'll go. I'm stronger and faster than any of you. I can beat it if I get in there, Kara said boldly. Why are you lying? You know it can't be beaten. You're sure? We can provide backup and send just me, Kara insisted, so that it can kill me first. After some deliberation, the band of superheroes agreed to Kara's plan. They would thin out Brainiac's drone army as much as possible by starting their approach slowly and from the ground, before rapidly speeding up as they got closer to the mothership, so it wouldn't have time to spawn enough to stop Kara from getting in. You got that, Batgirl? Dick asked through his own comm. He looked at Kara, eyes wide. Kara happened to overhear Barbara calling her a selfish bitch and worse names through his earpiece, but eventually he brought up a map on his wrist computer. He cleared his throat, regaining his voice after listening to Barbara's tirade against Kara for leaving their conversation. Okay, well, Batgirl is calculating our ideal path. Everyone, pay attention. Kara only memorized the routes, or routes, whatever. Not who was going to be covering her at what time. In the few moments that she had while the others learned their parts, Kara strained her ears. Despite what would be their last conversation, I'm going to change that to a she to make it flow a bit better. Despite what would be their last conversation, she wanted to hear Barbara's voice one last time. She wanted to hear her in her detective mode where she was analyzing every possible outcome and variable. If she could, Kara would like to look at her face one last time. Everyone got it? Dick asked the group, and they all answered in the affirmative. Then we need to move. Kara, get flying. She nodded and took off at a slower speed, trailed by the other flyers, and pursued by the non-flyers, Kid Flash running, and the others on bikes, as they made their way through the streets of National City. Drones attacked almost immediately, but Kara forced herself to ignore them and stay on the route. Half of their non-flyers charged past them and cut off the approaching drones, ensuring Kara could continue unhindered. The same went for the next group of drones, at which point they were almost directly underneath the mothership. Kara curved up and was trailed by the flyers. The drone clumps were thicker now. Kara had to bend and angle around them as their allies distracted them, until she was almost flying directly away from the mothership at eye level. Connor gave her a nod as he engaged the final group of drones, meaning Kara was alone. It was now or never. With a roar, she sharply curved around and flexed her powers as far as she dared. She immediately created a sonic boom and only got faster. Brainiac noticed her approach and pushed for its drones to ignore the others and focus on her, but no matter how many blasts she took, Kara didn't waver, only pushing harder with each new scar she received, like she'd always done. She crashed through the eye with an incredible force and tore through many of Brainiac's walls until finally landing and skidding to a halt in a large control room. In an instant, 100 drones appeared and approached Kara. This was it. What she'd been simultaneously begging for and dreading ever since her home was taken from her. Kara Zor-El wanted to die, and now she was going to be granted that. And it was at that moment that Supergirl took over. Her heat vision exploded out of her eyes, carving through the approaching bots by the dozen and searing away the walls she'd just rammed through until the control room was open to the sky. When any drone drew close, the Kryptonian was waiting with hands ready to tear them apart. Within a minute, she was alone with Brainiac. It looked like much of its drones, only more seamlessly put together. While its drones had only partial plating and a lot of visible wires, Brainiac, that Brainian, nice typo. While its drones had only partial plating and a lot of visible wires, Brainiac looked more or less like a human. It needs to be an or, not an of. That's one of my most frequent typing mistakes, of typing of instead of or. I don't know why, it's just kind of habit. Brainiac looked more or less human, like a human made of chrome, only standing roughly 10 feet tall. And in oh man, I wish I could get the synthesized voice that you hear in like Cowbelly videos. An intriguing display, Kryptonian. My calculations showed you perishing in that encounter. 100 robots is nothing for me, Kara returned, in constant battle with herself over whether to fight or kneel. Leave this planet and you'll continue existing. I will continue existing no matter today's outcome. Brainiac lives until Brainiac no longer has a reason to live. So long as there is more knowledge to accrue, there is a reason for Brainiac to live. Fine. You got your warning. Supergirl launched herself at the android, fists flying and hitting it in the chest 100 times a second. It stumbled backwards, seemingly stunned by the blows, only to suddenly reach its hand up and snatch Kara's mid-assault. A pitiful attempt, it said, before casually throwing her away. Kara slammed against the wall head first, and the impact sent even her vision reeling. You Kryptonians are always stubborn and arrogant. The universe will be a better place when you are gone, it said. Supergirl snarled at that, while Kara was inclined to agree. Anger? So acute? Quite interesting indeed. Most Kryptonians of your age would never display such blatant emotion. Intriguing. She flew towards Brainiac again and once again hit it with a flurry of blows. Once again, it seemed relatively unfazed. This time it grabbed her leg and made to snap it with its other fist. Kara grabbed its arm and tugged it back with all her might. She nearly flung herself off when it suddenly stopped fighting her. Instead, wires and blades appeared on its hand and it cut Kara. Red blood dripped from the slash to her stomach, but Kara was taught to ignore pain like that. She latched her legs onto Brainiac's neck and tugged it forward in a throw, but it didn't even have the decency to land roughly. Instead, its wires caught it and set it gently down on its feet. You seem to misunderstand, Kryptonian. You believe you are fighting Brainiac, when in reality you are fighting Brainiac's body. Even if Even if you somehow exceed my calculations and destroy this body, I can simply build another one. It'll be a good start at least, Supergirl returned. She built up her strength and flew forward to hit it with the strongest punch she could muster, only to feel her wrist snap from the strike. Shocked at the sudden, acute pain, Kara tried to cry out. Brainiac gripped her by the throat and lifted her off her feet. She kicked it several times to no avail, and she charged up her heat vision to blast it away. Brainiac's other hand folded around her head right as she let it fire. She could only sustain the self-harming blast for about a second before Kara blacked out from the pain of slowly melting her own head. She was barely aware as Brainiac threw her away and toward the hole she'd made. She rolled until she almost fell out, body unresponsive and mind struggling to focus. Brainiac approached. This was it. Kara stopped trying to move, stopped trying to fight. It was long past time she stopped pretending to be strong. It lifted Kara by the hair, facing out to the city. Fear not, Kryptonian, as you have surprised me today. Tell me, were you there when I destroyed Krypton? If so, how did you escape? Were you perhaps off-world at the time? After your first attack, Kara managed to answer, letting her body just hang limply in the air as she saw her city burning from the fighting. Kara saw its drone army hovering nearby, not bothering to pursue the heroes that Kara could see were gathered on a nearby rooftop, waiting for her return that would never happen. I was 15. Tears fell as she said it out loud for the first time. You took my life from me. You took my home. You took my soul. Soul, a metaphysical concept revolving around a sentient life form's inner self as a way of conceptualizing a collection of personality traits, Brainiac said. By my calculations, you lack a Kryptonian one. Fits of wild emotion are much more akin to humanity. All the more reason to end your existence. Kara let out a choked gasp as Brainiac hit her in the spine. Her limbs tensed so harshly that it was painful. By now, the gash on her stomach had leaked so much blood that she was starting to become lightheaded. Brainiac hit her again, with much the same response. Then he hit her a third time, and by then her body was so battered that it couldn't even muster an instinctual reaction. Please, Kara whispered. Please kill me. I've wanted you to kill me ever since you took my planet. Brainiac didn't respond for a moment. When it did so by dropping her. You have forced me to pursue you across light years to finish a task, Kryptonian. You will be made to see your new world die as you saw Krypton die. Only then will you perish. With that, his drone started moving again, flying down toward the group of heroes who had to scatter to stay alive. With renewed energy, Brainiac quickly began to overwhelm them. Kara laid there and watched, body almost completely numb from the amount of pain she was in. All she managed to do was prop herself onto her elbows, and even then, just barely. Stop. Please, she begged, letting the tears fall as she saw Cassie be ganged up on and shot out of the sky. Don't do this. She lowered her head. Keep fighting, Supergirl begged. I can't. I'm not strong enough. Everything disappeared around Kara. All she could focus on were the tears running down her face. The distant sounds of battle were so muffled that they became indistinct. Her pain fully subsided into complete numbness. The light of National City burning became a writhing mess of shapes. Everything was gray. It had been gray for a long time, ever since she came to Earth. And then, one spot of color entered her vision. Kara's ears focused in on the whispering she heard from that one spot, almost an entire city away. She could even see the person saying it. Barbara Gordon sat outside the abandoned warehouse that led to the cave, hands clasped so tightly in front of her that she was bruising her skin. As many tears as Kara was shedding were pouring down her face, eyes closed, head down almost in prayer. Please, Kara, please don't die. I want you to come home. I want you to be right here next to me soon. I want to live my life with you and all of your messed up pasts that are too painful to talk about. I want to help you for the rest of my life, even if you never get better. I want to laugh and argue and kiss you until our lips are sore. Kara, you're everything to me. You saved me. Every day I doubted myself. Every day I woke up and thought I couldn't do it anymore. You saved me. I wish I could have done that for you. I miss your smile. I miss your laugh. I miss the way your ears perk up when you grin. I miss the way I can get lost in the blues of your eyes. Kara, I need you. I can't live without you. Please come home to me. Please. Real quick. I miss the way the ears perk up when you grin. I miss the way I can get lost in the blues of your eyes. That's another reference to chapter 1. Ears rose when she's getting lost in the blue. Right here, right here. Yay! All right, come on, continue on. We're in a good scene. It all became clear in a heartbeat. All of the pieces lined up, and all of the doubt that pretended to be them, melted away. How long had it been since Kara forgot why she went out every day and put on that fake smile and giggled in that idiotic, girlish way? How long had it been since she really thought about what she meant to the people around her? People needed Supergirl. The world needed Supergirl. National City needed Supergirl. Kara needed Supergirl. And Barbara Gordon needed Kara. It was all so simple. How long had it been since Kara could finally look at herself, honestly and openly, and say, this is a life worth living? Because if a life had that level... Embarrassing typo in the important scene. Because if a life had that level of devotion and faith that could survive any hardship, then it was worth living. Kara Zor-El stood. Pain radiated throughout her body, and yet she strode forward with the confidence granted to her by the symbol emblazoned across her chest. The symbol of hope. Hope. A simple, 4-letter word, but it had almost infinite power. It had the power to make Kara want to live again. I was sent off of Krypton to escape the destruction left in your wake. I was granted extraordinary powers by the light of the yellow sun. I was trained by the greatest warriors on the planet in Themyscira. I was subjected to months of hellish torture and training at the hands of Darkseid and his Furies. No matter how many times the people around me run, or fall, or die, I'm always the one left standing. I am Supergirl of Earth. And so long as I'm still standing, you won't hurt another soul on my planet. A speech meant to invigorate yourself, a form of self-motivation in a futile efforts to grasp at more power than you are capable of holding, Brainiac said, approaching her. A truly human reaction, but ultimately still futile. When you die, the others of your ilk will watch, and when they die, so does the planet's Earth. Kara charged up her heat vision. Then I'll stake everything on this human spirit. Kara let loose her blast, one stronger than any she'd ever let off in her life, and her vision went white. Barbara kept praying to anyone who would listen. She wasn't really thinking about what she was saying. Every word that came out was just the first thing that she could think of in that moment of absolute panic. She needed Kara to come back to her. That was all Barbara thought about. She heard an explosion above her. Barbara looked up and saw Brainiac's mothership explode into a million pieces, most falling harmlessly into the bay area. Kara! Barbara screamed, reaching her hand out to the blast in a desperate and useless attempt to save her. No, Kara! She kept calling her name as long as she could. Forgive me for not being as emphatic as she would be in this situation. I'm trying not to wake up my family, okay? She kept calling her name as long as she could before burying her face in her hands and falling to quiet whimpers. She didn't even hear anybody approach, but eventually, Barbara felt a hand on her shoulder. She jolted up and immediately became lost in the blues of her eyes. Kara was smiling. Actually, genuinely smiling. I'm here, Babs, she said softly, even weakly. Barbara looked down. Kara's stomach had been slashed up in the fighting, and her wrist looked mangled, not to mention the copious bruises and bumps that were all over her body. But she was smiling. I'm here, and I'm never leaving you again. Kara. Barbara's eyes started misting all over again. I'm going to take out that first over. And she started hitting Kara's arm as she lowered to her knees. You idiot! You had me worried sick. Do you have any idea how hard it is to just sit here and let you do the fighting? I know, Babs, was all she said. And what the hell's been your problem lately? You avoided me constantly for weeks, and then I had to instigate the talk where you broke up with me? You stupid idiot! I hate you! Why would you do that to me and then pull this crap where you could die to this stupid alien and make me sit here and worry to death? I'm sorry. Kara lowered her arm and took Barbara's shaking hand into her own. Listen, I want to tell you everything. I want to tell you about Krypton and about Themyscira and about Apocalypse. I want you to know about it all. But first, I need to go. Those fires aren't going to put themselves out, and we need to clean up the drones. No, you're not going anywhere. You're bleeding out, Barbara exclaimed. But, no buts, Barbara snapped. Let's think of a word. Hand latching, that's a good word. Barbara snapped, hand latching onto Kara's wrist so tight that she was afraid she'd hurt the Kryptonian. She wheeled toward the warehouse, with Kara forced to stumble after her awkwardly thanks to their connected hands. You're coming inside so I can close that wound and splint that wrist, and if Dick complains about it, I'm going to punch him in the... All right, I give, Kara said. She fell into step beside Barbara's chair and shifted so their fingers interlocked. It ended up taking several hours to patch Kara up. Once she ensured that her girlfriend wouldn't bleed out, Barbara had to run a lot of tests to make sure there wasn't serious internal damage or extraterrestrial diseases or residual Brainiac stuff anywhere in her system. Almost as soon as Kara got off her feet and into their lounge chair to rest, she became placid and lightheaded from the blood loss and fatigue. She'd asked Barbara to put on the last movie they watched while she waited, saying that she wanted to see if what Barbara had said about it was right. Barbara put it on at a low volume that only the Kryptonian would be able to hear, but she could tell Kara wasn't paying attention. Let's just let it flow better. She felt her tired eyes on her as she worked, using a tiny kryptonite needle enclosed in a lead case to suture the wounds on her stomach. Kara's eyes were drooping as if under anesthetic, clearly exhausted. If you're tired, go to sleep. What if you're not here when I wake up? Kara asked, getting a raised eyebrow in response. It still feels like this day has been a weird fever dream and I'm still hiding under that tree. That's because you've been in a depressed funk for the past month. The past 7 years, actually, Kara said, sobering up quickly. Barbara took her good hand. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. Not until you're ready. I'll never be ready. Kara shook her head. It started on Krypton. It was more advanced than Earth is, even now, and I was going to grow up to become a model for Kryptonian fashion. Barbara went over her whole life story as Barbara worked. Kara went over her whole life story as Barbara worked. She explained her daily life on Krypton and then the fear and helplessness she felt when Brainiac first attacked the city of Kandor. She told how her parents jettisoned her to Earth in a desperate bid to preserve Kryptonian life and to protect their daughter. She told of her arrival to Earth decades later due to getting stuck in the Phantom Zone on the way there and the distrust she felt towards everything and everyone, which was only barely tempered during her several months of training on Themyscira. She described her kidnapping at the hands of the tyrannical Darkseid and her months of torture and mind-wiping and brutal training under him and his Furies, which molded her into a living weapon. She told of how she almost killed Superman and only just regained her sanity long enough for him to subdue her and escape Apocalypse. She told of her first few months on Earth after that, where she would wake up every day and hate herself with just as much loathing and contempt as she had for both Darkseid and Brainiac. Mind permanently scarred from her trauma, perpetually convinced of her own worthlessness when she wasn't acting as a butcher. She told of the first time she put on the Supergirl uniform and how surreal it felt, and of the first time she tried smiling as she saved people and how much of a difference it made. She told of the first time a little girl ran up to her after being saved and thanking her, and how it was the first time she could remember feeling warm inside after that first Brainiac attack. There was almost a 3-year gap between those two events, in Kara's biological time anyway. She told of her friends in Metropolis and of her job in National City, and then she told of the last few months, of her time with Barbara. What I said before, Babs, it wasn't true. You weren't a distraction, and you never kept me from more important things because you were the most important thing in my life. From minute one, as soon as you moved here, all I could think about was how much I wanted to spend time with you. Being with you was the first time in a long time that I was actually happy. Every day, I would wake up and ask myself if it was still worth it to go on. And every time I would look at you, I'd always come to the same answer. You said that I saved you, Barbara, but that's only half true. It was always you that saved me. In response, Barbara once again took Kara's hand. We saved each other, she said, leaning forward. Kara reciprocated, and the couple kissed for the first time in weeks. When Kara pulled away, she had rosy cheeks. I love you, Babs. Barbara smiled, and the two sat there, touching heads. I love you too, Sunshine. And I always will. Yay! We've reached the end of the story, and it only took an hour. And that was less than a single chapter. Yay! All right, so let's talk about this. So, quite a bit to say here. I'm going to start with about a whole bunch of action stuff. So, how do you write action? The short answer is there's no way how you can't write action. There are several ways to do it. You can be hyper detailed. You can be very vague. You can describe the little things. You can describe strategy. You can just kind of say, oh, they fought. It all depends on the type of story you're telling. Like, let's put it this way. If you're writing like a romance story that doesn't involve superheroes and there's like a fist fight, let's say like it's at the moments in the movie where the couple has broken up and the guy is sulking in a bar, and let's say there's a fist fight. And for that, you could very easily just say, threw a punch at his face, and that's the whole confrontation, right? But depending on the type of story that you're telling, and this is a superhero story, so obviously there's going to be action. There, you have you're in full creative rights to go as in depth as you want. Now, I didn't go as hard as I do on some other things, mostly because I. So here's the thing: with action, it's always sizzle, it's always flavor, because you can always do they fought and then move on to the actual story. The action is always going to be a waste of time, in a sense. Now, there are some exceptions to that. One, if you craft your story competently, the action can be used to further the story or to reinforce aspects of a character. Um, Especially if it's something like a superhero story where you have this long form character and then they fight. You can see the ways that their fighting changes depending on what state they're in their arc. You know what I mean? So like you'll notice in like chapter 1, where she's fighting the guy. Like it's always like this is Supergirl, and we've already gone over how Supergirl and Kara are just completely separate entities, right? Even if it's not explicitly stated in chapter 1, it's still that way. Um, so like we have her. Where is a good example? Wasn't it like give her a low powered headbutt? I believe I wrote that somewhere, right? Low powered headbutt, found it. Um, so this is still when she's in full superhero swing mode, right? But now in chapter 4, as just Kara the soldiers, Kara the Fury, taking over during the action scenes, we have her tearing through a group of 3. She grabbed the tentacle, crushed it, and yanked the robot it was attached to into her waiting fist. She doesn't give these things a chance anymore, right? And it also helps that these are androids, yes, but even in chapter 3, we saw what she did to Manchester Black, right? 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 Anyway, um, in terms of the pros of action, I struggle with it as much as the next guy. Especially in some of my more long form stories like Property of a Woman or United We Stand, with so many action scenes, it becomes very difficult to describe things differently. And at a certain point, you have to just kind of stop and tell yourself, okay, can I just repeat, please, so I don't have to spend 20 minutes coming up with a new adjective? That kind of thing. So, the best, if you're going to have a lot of action scenes, my best advice would be to vary the location and environment. So, so for example, in Property of a Woman, you have all of the different arcs end with a big action scene that correspond with a mission that the class goes on. The first one takes place in a wasteland with very little cover, and they're just kind of starting to dip their toes into actual combat. Second one, it's in a forest. They're using like guerrilla tactics, hit and run style strikes. Um, there's like a plan of attack. They have to dispel, or they have to kill this guy that's creating this unnatural fog that puts them at a disadvantage. There's that, and then there's this gigantic action sequence between like 2 armies. And then in the last one, it's in a tower. They have to descend into the basement, and there's that there's different stages to the assault of getting into the tower, making their way down to the ground floor after they get in, and then the fight in the basement, right? And then of course you have the escape. So that would be my best advice for varied action scenes is don't focus so much on the prose because that will inevitably repeat. The English language, for all of its strengths, isn't that varied, especially if you want to remain comprehensible. And if you don't want to force your viewer to go look at a dictionary, right? So the prose is inevitably going to repeat itself. The prose is not what you should be worrying about. What you should be worrying about is interesting locations, environmental usage, try and tell a story with your action, especially whether that be like where a character comes from, their level of experience, um, uh, stuff like that, or simply furthering the story. Make the action matter. Don't just play it for sizzle. If two people are going to fight with swords, um, don't cop out and have one of them live and have nothing change from the encounter, right? The only way that you can really get away with that is with like a practice bout, which is a perfectly viable thing, and I use it in Property of a Woman even. But if you're going to have a fight scene, have the fight scene have consequences. Do not, repeat, do not just add fight scenes for sizzle. That is the worst pace killer you could possibly have. Okay? Just trust me. I've fallen into this trap too many times. It's terrible. It makes for a horrible reading experience where you're like really invested in the characters and you want to see more of them, and then you have to spend half an hour reading this really prolonged act. Don't do it. Do not do it. Okay? That's my biggest advice. Do not add action scenes for sizzle. And then my second biggest advice is make it have a point or make it varied in terms of location or mindset or what have you. So, just as a couple of examples, I said, have the fight scenes detail differences in experience. So right here, Kara is a full Kryptonian. She has the full power set at maximum efficiency. She's a trained soldier. She was trained by the Amazons. Of course, Connor would have been hit first, right? When it was just the two of them. She's likely more skilled. She's likely more used to her powers. It's that kind of idea. In terms of, excuse me, in terms of lasting consequences, we have, let's see, when does she get inside? Wrist snap from the strike. She breaks her wrist trying to punch Brainiac. She gets her stomach gets slashed up in the fighting, right? She is actually wounded. At the very least, wound your characters. Do not be afraid to do that. Because it makes for good drama to see how they'll get out of the situation, right? And then, depending on the type of story, you can have the action resolved in a number of ways. Number one, most obviously, you can just have it happen realistically. One character kills another, very little fanfare. And that can work, especially in kind of transitional battles. The one I'm thinking of is like in a lot of the you guys are not going to know what I'm talking about, but in Rhythm of War, in the opening like 10 chapters or so, in that big action scene at the beginning, a lot of the enemy characters die, but the book doesn't really draw that much attention to it. Now in that book, it's really clever because the reason that they don't draw attention to it is because those enemies can resurrect themselves. So killing them in the context of the war that's happening doesn't matter, right? So by focusing on it so little on the page, it trains the audience to also not care because we know that it does not matter for the war effort. And then that whole book is about finding a way to actually kill them, but whatever. That book is so good, by the way. Just as a small tangent, Way of Kings is my favorite of the series so far, followed by Rhythm of War, Oathbringer, and then Words of Radiance. I did not like Words of Radiance because I didn't like Shallan at that point in the story, and I hated her backstory. But Rhythm of War was so good. It was such a refreshing change of pace because Oathbringer, the problem with it, I know I'm off topic, but just let me have this. The problem with Oathbringer was that its most interesting part was 3/4 of the way through, and since those books are Bible length, the remaining fourth took me like a week or 2 weeks to actually build up the motivation to finish, because I'm like, I am so satisfied with the defeat of the 3/4 mark. I don't want to have to read anymore. you know, that was the biggest problem. It pre-jaculated, if that makes sense. It pre-jaculated narratively. But Rhythm of War I felt was very well paced. But anyway, back to this. We're going back on topic. Don't worry, it's because I'm tired. Leave me alone. So yeah, okay. So you can end it realistically. Um, and then the other solution is to, especially if it's at the end of an arc, and this is what you probably should do, at the end of a major story arc, you need to have some amount of, uh, not justification, that's not the word, payoff, right? So, like in this case, the entire arc of Kara Zor-El is finding the will to live again, right? Finding some reason to live and to be a hero that isn't just because of her like brainwashing from lingering effects from the from Darkseid's brainwashing, right? And her solution was the very simple realization. It can be an extremely simple realization too, depending on the story. Obviously, you need to take context into account. And her conclusion is that the reason she is going to keep being Supergirl and keep being a hero, and why she wants to live again, is that she finally has not only found but like acknowledged that Barbara has become the most important part of her life, right? She has become just as important as the mission, quote unquote, the mission of Darkseid's brainwashing. And it's that finally pushes her into getting over this mental funk that she has been in. And we have a lot of stuff where it's once again reinforcing just the suicidal depression that Kara has found herself in, from her like very very selfishly saying, I'll do it, everyone, like, I'll go alone, and then in her head she's like, so that it can kill me first. Very very selfish, and obviously it doesn't work out, and she's rightfully punished for that. Excuse me. Oh god, I don't even have a drink tonight, but I'm burping anyway. It's the Philly cheesesteak I had earlier, man. But yeah, so really what I would say is you don't need to have a big speech, but you do need to make it very clear to the audience somehow, of the arc that is happening, what the finale means in the context of that arc. So I'll give you an example of a thing that I wrote, that you can read. Property of a Woman, Arc 2 finale. Aster is first displaying the full extent of her abilities and completely demolishing this group that was like manhandling the students, right? So that action scene serves several purposes. One, it is to provide a power ceiling. Now that is very important, especially in long form stuff such as that, or like shown in anime, or whatever whatever storytelling medium you want. A power ceiling is essentially, so you introduce a power system, and then you need to know the upper echelons of that power, right? You need to know what all of your growing characters are striving for. This is used very, very effectively in a lot of stories, both anime, books, superhero shows, the whole works. So we have, in books, Way of Kings, the prologue sees the character Szeth Zonzon Volano assassinating a king. That's not a spoiler, don't worry, it's in the prologue. And it's the first line in the thing. It's Szeth Zonzon Volano wore white on the day he was to kill a king. That's the first line of the whole series, except for the prologue's prologue. But anyway, in that prologue, he uses the power sets that the character Kaladin would later learn about and master on his own. Szeth uses it in a much more advanced way than we see Kaladin use it in the Way of Kings book in the Way of Kings book, irrelative of the sequels. So we already know the kind of powers that he'll be able to use. We know the power ceiling of what those abilities are capable of. They're capable of at least matching someone in these super powerful suits of armor called shard plate and wielding these super powerful weapons called shard blades, right? In anime, season 1 of My Hero Academia ends with a huge display of the power ceiling where All Might goes all out against the Nomu. Um, and I'm struggling to think of a specific example in a comic book medium. I don't know. But it's not really important. So back to that scene of Property of a Woman. Number one, it's used to show a power ceiling for what the students are and eventually perhaps going to be capable of if they push themselves. Number two, it ties into the ongoing arc of her growing closer to the students because the impetus for her showing off that power was because of the rage that she felt at seeing those people enjoying inflicting pain on her students. So it ties into her arc, and it is the culmination of an arc. While she ultimately fails, this does lead into her meeting Catherine, who is going to be a very important player in the story, as Catherine comes to save her when her power runs out. So from there's three different methods that the action scene in question is used to accomplish, right? In terms of finishing an arc, continuing into the next one, what have you. And then we're going to jump to here where we have the same idea. We have Kara just completely at the absolute lowest point that she's ever going to get, suddenly having an epiphany, and then ultimately finding the will to stand and win the day. Because this is a superhero thing, I decided to just do a speech, not only because I could tie it into the dark one that she gave in chapter 2, right here, but because it fits with the comic book medium. Like let's be honest, they give a lot of speeches. Not all of them are good, but they give a lot of speeches. So I also did that. And now, just to talk about a little bit of structure, this is the final thing I'm going to say on it, by the way, and then we're going to clock out of here because I'm tired and I need to take a shower and shave, and then I need to get ready for a fucking interview tomorrow. Fuck. Anyway, so we're just going to talk about structure a little bit. Now, I originally had plans to write a follow-up to the final scene, or actually two follow-ups. Number one, where Kara confronts the team, apologizing for what she did and promising to do better, and taking however long it actually takes to win back their trust. And then it was going to transition into a scene of Kara and Barbara still like back in the apartment, and kind of a soft repeat of the beginning of chapter 2, where they would kind of reaffirm their love for each other, and the story would end on a kind of lovey-dovey note. I didn't do that, number one, because it seemed a bit unnecessary. It seemed superfluous, because ultimately the main core of the narrative is the relationship between Kara and Barbara, and the relationship was resolved in this scene, right? So it didn't really feel necessary to me to include either of those two scenes, because the first one wasn't paying attention to the core narrative, and the second was kind of derivative of this one, of the one that I actually ended it on. So how does that relate to the structure? Well, one thing to keep in mind whenever you're making any kind of story is to think about what the core story is. What is the center of the narrative? In this case, the center of the narrative is Kara's relationship with Barbara. In The Way of Kings, the central narrative is Odium's return and how that is affecting the world. In Young Justice, the center of the narrative is the team and their interactions with each other and the Justice League. What other example could I use? In Summer Wars, this narrative is all about the familial ties of this gigantic family. They're just keep that in mind always when you're writing. And whenever you step away from there, make sure that you have a very good reason to do so. Now, there are a lot of reasons to do so. Number one, you could set up things that'll become important later. Brandon Sanderson does this a lot with his interludes, even though I don't necessarily like how they're included. Um, so it could be setting up something for later. It could be something that is happening that is running parallel to the events of the story that are important but aren't directly related. So this could be something like I'm thinking back to Young Justice season 2, where we occasionally get scenes of the trial on Rimbor, where the Justice League are, um, which is important to see in the sense that we have to know where the Justice League are, because their absence from Earth is one of the main conflicts of the second season, right? So there's also that. Um, or and then finally, you could do it to focus on other characters. Now that one comes with a caveat because those characters have to somehow tie into the main narrative at some point in the story. Now you don't need to have them there all the time, but you do need to have them affect the story at some point, right? And you need to justify how that cutaway scene to those characters involves their involvement into the main plot. That makes sense? So what I'm thinking of is what's a good part? Yeah, okay, so I got one. At the beginning of Young Justice season 3, before they become main characters, there are a lot of cutaways away from the team as they're infiltrating and trying to find this metahuman trafficking site in this country to the country's prince and the family's personal physician, who are talking about activating his potential metagene, to rescue his sister who was kidnapped several years prior. Those scenes have nothing to do with the actual plots of those episodes of infiltrating the metahuman trafficking ring, but they do become very relevant later once the guy becomes a main character. Um, and the plots to rescue his sister becomes the main driving force of the narrative after a couple episodes, right? So there is a very justified reason to focus on him even when he isn't relevant to the plot or the core narrative, because he isn't part of the team yet and he isn't part of the plot yet. So there's that. But I don't really have much else to say. And it looks like OBS is still recording audio, so thank God. I am very tired. Thank you all. God, this is such a shitty ending. Yeah, overall, I liked it. I liked writing it. I liked reading it back, and I like reading it back even now. I hope I did the writing justice, and that is as egotistical as I will ever get. Thank you all for watching. If you can, like, comment, and subscribe. I have a buttload of analysis videos up right now. The most recent big one being the 1 year later analysis of Final Fantasy VII Remake. Excuse me, I'm really proud of that one. Really check it out. And other than that, I would also recommend my DC animated movie reviews. Like two of them focus on Kara Zor-El, so I don't know how interested you'll be in that. But it does take place all in the DC universe, and I try to make every video interesting, and they are a shorter time commitment. So right now, I just watched Killing Joke. That video should be up in a few days, even maybe the day that I upload this one. But yeah, that's movie number 26. So you have 26 videos to watch right there. And then finally, please watch the Kingdom Hearts 2 video. That fucking thing took me like 3 or 4 months to make. I know it's a long time commitment, but please, I need to justify making it. But anyway, thank you guys so much for watching this stupid monstrosity of a video in its own right. Again, like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you later. Until the end, my friends.